All right, guys, let me know if the mic works now. Um, should be on, should be able to hear me. Having issues with the camera, and I just lost my screen share. Let me get that back up. Can you guys hear me okay? Someone let me know. There we go. All right, so you might have heard me loop back through. I was just checking on Facebook. And, or sorry, YouTube, not Facebook. I was sitting here talking. Nobody was listening. I'm like, what's going on? Let me move some stuff around here. All right. So right now I've just got the streaming chart up. I'm doing a couple things on mine and I cannot get my trade buttons on. I have no idea what's going on. So hopefully I won't have to reboot the platinum, or the platform, but reboot platinum. Yeah, we don't want to reboot platinum. But for some reason, um, in TradingView, my little execution buttons, whatever you want to call it, mini trade panel execution buttons, they are not showing up. And I have no idea why. I tried to restart my platform because I like trading with those, and they are not showing up. Here we go. I think that'll work. I got them. I guess it would help if I open up my eyes. And so as of now, 7 a.m., I put the vertical lines on the chart. My camera won't start working, and I don't know why. Having technical difficulties today for some reason. I have no idea when it won't start. Yeah, we can trade without that. Because you guys, as long as you guys can hear me, I just, if I refresh this, there we just cut the stream off for a minute. That, um, all right, it should be back. Let me double check. Okay, so you guys can see what I see now. So right now I just have it streaming on the four pairs that we're monitoring. I know yesterday was a lot for you guys watching me trade on 6 pairs at a time. It just, and as you noticed from yesterday, if I would not have traded oil, I would not have caught a trend, right? I mean, that just, if I wasn't watching oil and didn't trade it yesterday, I would not have, you know, caught a trend. So far, Bitcoin, Bitcoin was on a huge move up. I do have the 4-hour indicator on the bottom. Guys, I'm telling you right now, I'm not sure if the 4-hour indicator on this one is I just popped it in there. So last night, not the last 10 minutes. So don't hold me if it changes color and changes back or changes back to the 4-hour. We just had a candle start at a 4-hour candle start at 6 a.m. on the thing. So far they're holding like they should be. Because if you look at Bitcoin, we've had a huge move down. So it might turn red. We're having a huge retracement on it. And I gotta make sure when I draw stuff over here, it goes for you guys. I mean, we've had a huge downtrend in Bitcoin. Originally here would be my trend line. If I was drawing a trend line, this right here is typically why we don't take, I'm on Bitcoin in the upper right. This right here is typically why we don't take a trade right when something breaks a trend line. So my goal with this whole thing is to help keep us out of those. So for the trend line traders, and we use trend lines, we would have drawn a trend line down this whole line. You know, if you were up in the morning, you would have a trend line up here too, and that trend line broke, and you don't have the signals, and it looks like it broke and tested the trend line. Let's go ahead and draw one. And when I'm talking about this, I don't know if you guys want me to blow the chart up. You'll just have to let me know. Would you rather see me blow the chart up over here on what you guys are looking at so you can see it like this? Or would you rather me not do that while you're trying to watch the signals? So I will keep it like that just for now. So typically we're going to draw, wait for a trend line break, put a safety trade on. We're looking for it to come back and test the backside of this trend line. And it kind of does here with the wick, and you get a push down. You could have waited for a retracement off that to test like this support level, because you're drawing the rays too and watching those levels to be broke, right? So when it kind of pushed through the trend line a little bit, you could have drawn a horizontal line off that wick, goes back up to not test this line, because we wouldn't have drawn the downtrend line yet, but to come back and test the backside of this. So I would have waited. And then when it broke this trade, you can go in light. And when it broke that support level, right, you can go in lighter. So if you normally put on 10, you can go in with 2, 4, 5, half. And then when it pulls back and gives you that candle, green candle, well, then that's when you enter the trade, So overall, it was pushing down, nice trend line, and then we had a green candle pop through, right? And typically, that's what we're looking for on a trend line break. We want to look to take that long, and then the next candle, if you wait for a confirming test of a trend line, it falls through. So those that are waiting for it to confirm fall through, you wouldn't take in that, but you might have put on half long if you're just doing trend line break. But we have the 1 hour down here that's red, so you would not have taken that. You're looking for opportunities to go short. So that's my goal with this. That's what we had before, was it gives us better confirmation as to what we're seeing off the higher time frame, and then also more than that, it helps keep us out of some of those trades that we should not be in. Did anybody else short Bitcoin? So start of the open, I shorted it, and let's see if I can do that. And I'm in short. It's up like 390. I did not draw my position tool on it. I wish I could log into the broker twice, because I'm watching 6 screens. But I wish I could log into it twice to where my trades show up over here, but you guys are only watching like 4 things. So anyways, the 4-hour trend line's on the bottom. And again, it may or may not work well today. I have a different indicator that's not going to be on the bottom like that. It's going to be a little nicer, I think. We're up 4. Stop. I didn't put my stop clear back above the high. Oop. And that is, it's the only thing I'm in. Let's see. I did ES long at 7 a.m. And who knows? It's not doing anything. Just, it'll probably give us a day like yesterday. Don't forget, did anyone do their homework? I'm just going to call it homework. I don't know. Need to turn my magnet on over here. Hopefully you guys did a little homework. We have news releases coming out today. There's kind of a trend line on ES right now. You can have a more aggressive one. I think it's going to tank through the more aggressive one, though. It may not, but I believe it will. We'll see. I'd have a more aggressive one there. We're looking for places for it to turn to support an entry. So you'd be looking for the 15 to line back up. Everything was aligned at 7 a.m. when I took the trade. I only went in with 10. And I did a stop loss below that. A couple lows there. Let me know if the charts look good for you, the way they're set up and the way they're spread out. I want to make sure you guys can see the signals better. The little triangles, I cannot make them bigger, which is kind of a pain. Let me see if I shared that window. That's what I need to do. Hang on, guys. We're going to do that right there. That'll be better. Okay. Should be back up. So I mentioned something yesterday about, again, let me know if they're spread out enough. I want to keep them scrolled out enough, however you want to see them, view them. So there we're getting a push on ES. Hopefully ES will break that high. That's what I'm looking for. I'm already in, and I'm only up like 12.50. I only have 10 on. It's nothing. Small trade. Whoop. I don't want that. I thought I had this all set up last night, but evidently not. Hopefully you guys will see this. Okay. Sorry, I'm still kind of getting stuff moved around here. There's my trade on Bitcoin. It's actually on. You're just not watching my 6. I know that was kind of overwhelming yesterday, guys. So it's on. It's on one of my larger accounts. So it's on, and we hit 1-to-1, and I would have moved my stop here, right? It just hit 2-to-1. So going off the rules, I got to do what? I need to close out 15. So I'm going to hit buy 15 because it hit. I need to hit it quickly. So I closed out 5. And according to the rules, I could move to break even at this point. So if I move this to break even, it's what? It's a zero risk trade. We might do a little bit of this all day, and I'll try and get my screen off as quick as I can. But so far, that's what we've got on Bitcoin. It was an entry at 7 a.m. I just went ahead and took it short. I sat through this retracement. My stop was up here. My stop was where? It was above, this little plateau area where it was sideways. Had a good reason for stop. Entry at 7 a.m. We're taking it along with the signals, which the 15 to 1 hour is red. So for me, it's moving down, and I'm trading or retracement against the 4 hour. Right now, the 4 hour looks like it's trying to turn red off the movement down is what's triggering it. So got in the trade, sat in the negative for a little bit right off the bat. But look at where I got in. I got in down, cleared up. It was just a 7 a.m. take the trade. So it pulled back to test this little plateau area, quickly moved to 1-to-1. Stop would move to break even, quickly move to our 2-to-1, 2 times your risk. Bam, pull off partial, which I just did. Move stop to break even if you want. I left mine halfway. Well, now that it's trying to push through this 2-time risk level, it's trying. I can go ahead and move my stop to break even if I want. So now I'm at no risk, 0 risk on this trade right now, which is lovely, right? We'd like to, and that was quick. It quickly moved to 0 risk. Let me slide this out of your guys' way. I think everything's set up good or well, whatever. I like the way it's set up here. So I might slide my trades, my chart over periodically because I do have it on, like I said, 6 pairs. Sorry. I trade currencies way too often. Why is that so large? There we go. Told you I had to trade on ES. That's it right now. It hasn't gone anywhere. So I took ES as well, right when the at 7 a.m. Those are the only 2 I got in right at 7 a.m. I'm not it's a little riskier, right? So it's a little riskier just jumping in the market at 7 a.m. along with the way things are moving. So that being said, more risk. I'm not going to go trade all 6 items, am I? We had a good pullback on platinum. MC, are you in platinum? I know you were out yesterday. Just curious. So guys, platinum just pulled back up and hit a 4-hour zone. So hopefully you guys got, like prepped for the morning. And part of the prep for the morning is to look at your 4-hour charts. Now, in our premium Discord, that's where I post the 4-hour markups. So last night I posted the 4-hour markups with the zones, the support and resistance levels off 4-hour, and I'll mark them just like that, just like I did here. If they're a zone, it's going to be the rectangle tool. So you're going to have a high and low point on that, marking a 4-hour wick. And then if I see other points that are price levels that are really, really respected. So if you see a 4-hour support and resistance line, then that's a that's been respected, where it's coming down and bouncing off the top, typically comes up and hits the bottom. And it's very well respected, that one specific price point. So that is at 943.9 if you're looking at the platinum chart. So basically look how it respected that this morning on the 3-minute. And then when it broke through, it came back and tested the back, which is stuff we wait on, right? And then we want to see a red candle. You would draw you could draw a little retracement line up. It really didn't have a great retracement line to draw. And right now it's kind of testing the backside of that. So again, this is stuff that should go through your head as you're trading. If you got to talk to yourself, talk to yourself. But these are the things that you should be thinking about as it moves. Like, what's it telling you? What's it doing? And I don't think that retracement line is going to hold up. It's going to go back and test the 4-hour again, it looks like. Who knows? But you should have went out this morning because we had the Asian session, in place. So you should have went out this morning and at oh, I can't do that now. Sorry, guys. Can't do what I was going to do. Yesterday or the other day, Monday, I was able to slide my stream stuff over to see what you guys are saying. Bitcoin ES. All right, not in platinum yet. Max, what are you in? So MC's in Bitcoin ES. Triangles are good. Okay. All right. Still in ES. It just pulled back to that the area I got in. I showed you guys the chart. It was 81.5 was my entry on ES. I'm not even looking at Bitcoin right now. Now, what can we do on Bitcoin? So it hit the 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. I closed out 3/4. That's according to what I want to do. I put 20 on and I closed 3/4. So good trade so far. And move stop to break even. I might get stopped out, if it pulls back up, especially if it pulls back up to test this trend line. And we would have moved that. I would have to where the trend line was on Bitcoin and moved it to hit that top. So if, as you can see now, where my stop is, it could full well as it comes back. So I moved it aggressively. I should have kept it where it was originally and not even moved it to the halfway point. I forgot to pop my line up there. So, but that's where my stop should have stayed, just stayed where it was. And I would take a loss against the gains if it pulls all the way back. Now I have 5 on. So if it does happen to get to level 4, I will probably close out 2. And then if it gets to level 5, I would do, because I'll have 3 left, I would do 1. Level 6, I would do 1, closing out 1 each time. Wow, did I already close out that? I don't want to change my tool, session tool. Oh, yeah. I hate that on like the session tools and all that, I can't save it. You have to save as default. I would like to save it like an Asian session setting and then our day trade session. I did already eat breakfast. Surprise, surprise. Oh, maybe I can do. Oh, I know what I can do. Hang on. I can. I don't know how this is going to set up here. I'm doing something on the other screen. That is not it. Okay, 10. I know I'm talking to myself. Okay, so 2 things I mentioned yesterday was prepping for news. Did anyone prep for the news today? I'll put it up on the screen. This is what we have today. Hopefully you're prepared. You always want to check the news calendar in the morning. I do. That's one of the first things I do, either while I start the stream or before. But 7 o'clock, I'm up. So why wouldn't I look and see remind myself of what news is coming out? We knew yesterday that at 8:15 we got ADP coming out, the ADP report, which is employment change. And Friday's non-farm, so we'll definitely be here. We got crude oil at 10:30. We got ISM at 10. This is all PMI. It's all tied together, 9:45 and 10. So, and then we got Powell speaking at 1:45. Okay. So we should see movement. We want this. We 100% want news. We're not news traders, but we need to be aware of when we're technical traders, right? That's why we draw stuff on our charts. However, we need to be aware of when the news releases come out because that's what's going to move the market. Not particularly the release, it's the market's reaction to the releases that's going to kick off and start moving. Typically, right at the release time, you get a little volatility where things wick back and forth. Well, then things will typically move in one direction or the other, and they might turn an hour later. I don't like where ES is. It's trying to break that uptrend line. So we have a retracement line on ES. And basically, if it bounces here, we would like to, sorry, still fighting a cold. We would love to see it break this retracement line. That should say retracement. Sorry, guys. Retracement down. And on those, I normally turn off to have it raid. I'll leave that on. So basically, it might pull deeper out to this trend line. Your stop should be below that low. So if you put a tight stop on, you're already out, more likely. Yeah, so I'm like negative 20. I only put 10 on it, negative 25 right now. So again, my price getting in was 60. It was basically 81.5. And my stop is down back to levels. It is not here at this level because as it was pulling, we drew the trend lines and we know that it breaks the more aggressive trend line, the steeper one. It could fall and just bounce at this one. It could just be a deeper retracement on it. I don't want to see the 1 hour turn. However, it could do that. I did throw one on platinum. It was not at the 7 a.m. Remember, I told you I was only in ES and gold, and I was not in plat yet. And I did not slide the chart over, and it's dumping, guys. Ugh. I just did not have my charts ready for this today because I want to show you guys when I got in, so you see where I took the trade. So this is platinum. I'll try not to leave it up too long. If you guys are okay with this, let me know. Me popping them on real quick. So there's the platinum trade. Just let me know if this is okay with you because I am over here trading on the other screen. And I read your guys' comments and feedback, and I really appreciate the feedback I'm getting when you guys post stuff out. The recaps you're posting are awesome, and I like reading them, see how things go. Right now, platinum hit 1-to-1. So what I want to do is limit my risk, right? So I move my stop to halfway. Now I'm at my exposure is half of what it originally was. If it moves to level 3, and we only have 1 on this. I didn't go in with 2. So when it moves to level 3, I can move my stop to break even. Now, once the market, let's say I want to take platinum and just try to add to it today. That's it. Move my stop and add. I want to move my stop to break even. It gets to level 3. I don't do anything but move my stop, break even. It gets to level 4. I could move my stop to 1-to-1. So at least I get 1-to-1 on the original. And I can add to my position. So I can always add another contract on. It may not work out. Okay. But on the off chance that it starts trending today, I would have 2 contracts on, right? So you can adjust to that. I do all the time. Some instruments I like to scale in. Because after all, if they start trending the entire day, that just means more money because I have more contracts on. I don't always do that. You guys saw it's not always the same. On gold, I typically will not scale in because gold doesn't trend very well. So why would I try scaling into an instrument that doesn't trend often? Wouldn't that not be a bad decision on my part? It would be 100% be a bad decision. If it's an item that doesn't trend here and there a couple times a week, then I should not struggle to try and add to that instrument, right? I'm just asking for it if I'm doing that. So it's not putting the odds in my favor. So the things that tend to take off and trend in one direction or the other, those are the ones I want to, scale in. So right now, again, Bitcoin still short at 370. 73.70. And platinum, the order was at 942.6. I did throw on one there. And if you look at what it was basically that green candle. Wait a minute. Let me see where my execution is. Yeah, the green candle. So I really need to move my tool over. One right there. So that's the candle I got in on when it pulled back up to kind of test the back of that retracement line. Is that not how we usually trade? Yeah. When we're drawing, trend lines, retracement lines, it broke the retracement line up. Let me get rid of that. I'll get rid of the words. So it basically, that one candle. Does that turn off my crosshairs on the other chart? No, they stay on. Good. So it basically broke that retracement line, went back up to test it. Red bearish candle to get in on. I actually jumped in on the retracement because it had bounced off the 4 hour. So again, stacking odds in our favor. Well, the 4 hour time frame, the 4 hour support resistance and zones, those tend to hold up better. So I should not have moved my stop to the halfway point. I should have left my stop above the 4 hour. That's that extra line of defense on it. That's where it should have been left, and just willing to take that loss. And that's a big loss. So that's why I didn't do that. So we'll see. Everything's holding red on it. Bitcoin, the 4 hour went red at 7:15. Now, again, on the 4 hour, just keep in mind that I just moved that into this indicator, the bottom one. So I don't know how that's going to work out overall, or if it's going to fade back. What I don't want to see is like what we saw yesterday on one of the 1 hours, actually the next hour flipped back its color. I think I fixed it. So Bitcoin's still up 127 on the 5. It never went to, it almost hit. It did almost hit level 4, didn't it? We hit level 3, which was our 2-to-1. Which one do I have executions on? Because I'm gonna. So hopefully we have a good day today, and don't forget we got 8:15, so we got a little over 45 minutes for ADP. Oil I'm not in, but I am watching. I should have just jumped in short. I almost did. Because the 4 hour, everything on oil was red. Well, it's 7 a.m. The 15. Yeah, the 15 had just turned back. So if you waited on that 703 candle on oil, that's what it looks like. 4-hour red. 1 hour has been red since about 3 a.m. since the London session, right? And then the 15-minute had just turned. Remember, we talked about wait until 3 minutes after to take the trade. So it would be a valid trade. You'd be up a little bit. I did not take that. I don't know what I'm waiting on. I'm kind of not watching it. So ES looks like we're getting that little bit more tracement. Where is my ES? There we go. So I may not see your I don't. Oh, my position on ES. Yeah, I don't. I didn't draw it on my trade yet. Let me go back. You guys saw the trade though, so. Oh, actually, I bought early. I did buy early on ES. I showed you the chart, but I don't know if you watched the 7 a.m. line. So there's the 7 a.m. line, right? I actually was in here early and had things running. Was still working on getting the stream running, but the 4-hour, 1 hour was green, and then the 15-minute went right there on that candle to green. So that's my signal candle. That one right there is the one I got in on. So I jumped in on that candle there, and it was at the top. I kind of missed um, where it was, but the signal was right before. So that's when we had everything lined up. The 1 hour, 4 hour, and the 15-minute just turned on that candle right there. So I jumped in at the next candle, and well, you see where my order is. So it's up there. So I'm down a little bit. You see where my stop is. So taking the position tool, which should be that right there. If I pull down, I've got a hefty stop loss on this. I'm trying to draw it on this chart. I'm going to slide it out your way so you can see the rest because I'm trying not to interfere with you guys seeing the signals. Let me click on that stupid thing and get it to move. Why can I not grab that little corner? Oh. Anyone else just spilled coffee on their desk? I forgot it was down there. Let me try and redraw it because for some reason it's like locked. All right, I think I got it together. Y'all like out there, get your act together. I know. Oh. Use the tool from the bottom to the top, right? So the entry was really here. I'm going to show you the tool. That was really the entry candle. So if you're looking at ES, right there. So that is technically how the tool should look because the entry was this candle right here. So that green candle, that's when the 15-minute went back. That's technically where I should have taken the trade, right? And what do? When we get a signal, we're going to look left. We're going to look see if it, did we have a downward move? Did we break that downward, retracement line? And yes, we did, right? It broke the retracement line. Perfect. So that's our entry. I just got in at the later candle, the next 3-minute candle. because I was busy getting the stream started and all that stuff. So I didn't get in right at the signal. So my stop's a little wider than I'd want it because of that. Because technically, getting in here would have been great. Now you could put a tight stop. Tight stop would be here on it, 60.79, and then a stop further back would be here, and then here. Notice I went in with 10. I didn't go heavy on it, only with 10 contract. I just knew that it was probably going to retrace back to that outer trend line. I wasn't willing to take the risk. So platinum right now, I'm still in it, and it's pulled back. And what did it pull back to do? Well, it pulled back to test that this support level here. Okay, the previous low. So it pulled back to test that previous low right now, and we're getting a push off that. So it's a good sign for us that it may continue in the downward. We need retest, test and retest, test and retest. Not doing anything on gold. I don't know that I'll do anything on gold till around news. I like to be in trades well before the news releases. And I like to have my stops pulled to at least break even. I like to, before news, I like to get in trades like we did. And Bitcoin, I closed out partial and move my stop. That's perfect. I can still take a loss. I'm okay with that. I don't recommend stacking on opposite orders. Some people do. I've done it before, and it works. You can. You have to be careful. You're going to take like 2 losses. It would be where, so I'm short Bitcoin still 5. So I've had a good trade, put on 20, closed out 3/4, have 5 left. Have my stop. My stop says 5 contract. I've seen people go in and where on the stop, where I have 5 contracts, they actually put in 10 contracts on the buy stop. And what that does is if news whips it up, it closes your short and enters you in long. I don't recommend doing that. If you want to play around, that's fine. Do it in a paper account. I wouldn't even play around in a funded account with that because I just know what happens. Long haul. NASDAQ, you guys don't see it, but NASDAQ, is sideways, nothing but sideways. So I'm waiting on it to break that high over here, this high level. Okay. I did not set an alarm line on it yet. I'm just watching it on the other screen. But if it breaks that line, everything's still bullish on it. Okay, so that is, let me try and do something here. What I was trying to get back to was, did anybody, hopefully you went out and looked at past news releases like on NASDAQ and ES and gold, things we're trading, and look and see what's happened in the past, typically on news releases. And hopefully you've done that and looked and seen what's going to happen or what has happened in the past. Past tends to repeat itself. Gold's worked out if you shorted it on the 15, but the 1 hour was green, so I would not short it there. Right now, gold has 1 hour 15 and the 4 hours red. It was actually last candle that kind of dragged it through. We may get a pullback on it. I don't know. So if you go in now, I'd go in light. You can always add to your position. Stop needs to be above the previous high. because you're getting in on an extension. Remember what I say about getting in on an extension? If you get in on an extension, you're assuming extra risk that it may not go the distance. Okay. And if we assume extra risk, we take on that extra risk by getting in on an extension, and we're expecting it to pull back. No, it may not. That's why we go in lighter. We don't want to miss the move. So if gold just rips here and goes down, starts breaking levels, I want to be in it. I don't want to miss out on that move because I don't want to try and jump in as it's, dropping. I posted out in Discord last night. I don't think anybody was trading with me, which is fine. But I asked you guys, or I told you guys yesterday that right there it is. We had news on the Australian dollar and the Kiwi, the Aussie and the Kiwi, New Zealand dollar. So we had two news releases last night. Which one's red? The Australian dollar. Which one do you think I traded? The Australian dollar. That was last night. So, and I posted images so you guys can see my trade. This chart is not marked up, and I still need to get the time in. There's a reason why I want to show you guys real quick. Remember, nice, calm, relaxed. That's the way it should be, right? Nice, calm, and relaxed. And we had great moves on the Aussie. Should trade that this morning, actually. Yeah, we should. I should have taken that with the trend. That's all right. I made a lot on, or enough on it last night. But here's the chart real quick. I won't keep it on here long. You see the session tool. There's the news release up there. Okay. So that's the news release. I traded it short. I got in somewhere in the middle. I was on a 1 minute time frame trading the news, actually, when it came out. I had confidence to go short, even though it was news, because the 4 hour, 1 hour were red already. 15-minute was red already. I could actually shorted before the news, right? Because everything was red. I mean, the 1 hour and 15-minute, 1 hour turned red there, and then the 15-minute went red. So I could have jumped in short ahead of news and caught this whole move down. Well, what I caught was this. I caught that entire move down, trailing my stop. You can go out and look at the pictures. It's all marked up. And I took pictures or screenshots every time I traded. I did stream it. So I'll post that out there. I did not talk because we're in here for about 5 hours in the morning. So I'm trying to save my voice. So I wasn't going to talk with nobody potentially being on. So I moved my stop. And then, of course, I got stopped down on the pullback, because I was moving it down the levels. I don't have them marked on this chart, but if you go out to the Discord, but that was the new move on it. And then the Kiwi, same thing. The Kiwi had news a little bit later, and we had a good drop off it. And I don't know what it's done the rest of the day. There's what it's done the rest of the day. Right now, it's at that previous low, so it may break, but they both pulled back and retraced back like that, both of them. And then at 12, right there, midnight, that's when that end of the session is marked at midnight. So we had a good push down through both of those during the London session leading up into the US session. I didn't trade London session, but I traded the Asian session on those. So I did get the in the Aussie, which is the Australian dollar. And we could have actually taken it this morning right at 7 a.m. Right at 7 a.m., it was still red everywhere. 15 1 hour and 4. I wish those two would oh, I don't have it. That's all I wanted to show you guys about those. So I did mention they were coming out. I love trading the Australian dollar at night or Kiwi. It depends on which one's got the heavier news. I'm going to make that decision. I did not trade both, but I looked at both, and the Aussie had the red news, so I traded it. They both moved. I could have traded both, but that's not, why. I could have just stacked on more contracts on the Australian dollar. So right now, my order's at that 662 on gold. The 15-minute has been red for the last few minutes. 15-minute went back red at 7:45. I did not get in till I jumped in on that. The start of the next candle is where I jumped in. And I don't know when people are popping it in. That ain't it. Sorry. So there's the trade again on platinum. This was the signal candle right here. I mean, you could have got in earlier. You see that you got multiple chances to enter. I mean, the 15-minute is going back and forth a little bit in here, but overall it's red. Look at how many red triangles you have. What's that telling you? The 15-minute is short. It's going to pop back and forth a little bit, and we're okay with that. If I see, 3 or 4 triangles up here each time, and I know I didn't go over this the other day, and I only see 1 green triangle pop up periodically, I'm going to hold short. So the 4-hour was red, 15-minute signal red, and we jumped in. I didn't jump in at 7 a.m. I don't know. Did anybody jump in gold at 7? Probably not. No, I didn't because the 1 hour was still green. But then over here, we had the 1-hour flip to red, 15-minute flip to red. Everything's red. So that's why I shorted. And that was the candle that signaled, and I jumped in at the start of the next. I waited for that 3-minute candle to close, jumped in at the start. So you see that when I jumped in, of course, it had already started moving. So far it's went almost to 1-to-1. I didn't move my stop, but it almost went to 1-to-1. And we're still in Bitcoin holding. We're up 162. I closed out right at the bottom of that thing. Well, I closed at 980, which is, it's up there a little bit. Oh, yeah, I closed out at 3 when it hit level 3. So these are the trades that are on right now. ES not doing well. It looks like it may go down. It's breaking through that other trend line, and I'm okay with that. These are the 4 trades I have on. Should I not be okay with ES pulling back? I'm totally fine with it. My stop's down here. I only put on 10. I went in lighter. So if I had one on platinum just went through level 3, which is our 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. If I had one on platinum, I would close, but I can't do that. So I'm going to adjust my stop. I'll get this off your screen, guys. I know watching 6 is, it's a lot. I know some of you guys, you've been used to just watching 1. and you went straight to watching these 4. Others, have been watching maybe 2. So I'm up 235 on platinum, and I am adjusting my stop. I just have to know if I want to go to break even. Yeah, I'll go to break even on it. So I just moved my stop to the entry price on platinum. So good day so far. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. So my stop's right there at the break even point, and I just showed you the trade. So it's on. I don't care to show my trades. Normally, I just take the screenshots, you know, but I'm fine with showing you guys the trades. Ooh, up 245 on platinum. So not a ton, but it's moving the way I want. We're getting pop on it, and we have news coming out. ADP in 15 minutes. So the platinum trade right now is awesome. I got in with one before news. I've since it moved down, it hit level 3. I could have moved my stop, and I did. I just moved it down to break even. Okay. I didn't close any partial because I can't close partial. I have one, which is 10 micros basically. You just can't, you don't have micros on platinum. Hopefully eventually we will, but I doubt it. And then it just hit level 4, which is 3 times risk. I'm not moving my stop. I decided not. I want a good trade on before news. Hopefully news will keep pushing it short. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but I'm willing to take that risk. So for me right now, I'm leaving my stop at break even on platinum, and I'm either going to get stopped out or it's going to continue in that direction, right? So I'm willing to take that chance on it. I may not make anything on platinum today. It may go back and hit my stop. Gold really not doing much. I mean, it's still between level 1 and 2. Bitcoin slowed down. I'm leaving my stop where it is. And I did not get in. Oh, I got the Aussie still up there. So if you guys, and I'm looking for feedback on this. So if you guys are fine with that, I'll try not, I'm fine with moving my charts over, sliding them up like this, just so you guys can see that, yes, he has trades on, and they're valid entries. I'm trading, like I say, I'm trading. And typically I would just get in something and then try and post the screenshot out there as quick as I can. But as you can see, I got a lot going on. So sometimes it might be posted a little delayed. Anybody in anything yet? I know some of you are. Closed platinum. Okay. So is anybody still holding or in something? Hopefully you guys will get some good trades today. Or half losses instead of full losses. I'd rather take 100 trades with a half loss than 100 trades with a full loss, right? That's the way you got to look at it. When the market moves, I'm going to move my stop to protect half of my risk that I put up originally. So if originally I put up a trade and I have a $2,000 risk, it's better if it moves that 1-to-1, right? Move my stop to halfway. Now I only have a $1,000 risk. And then when it moves to level 3, which is our 2-time risk, move my stop to break even, close out partial. Now I've got 0 risk against my gains. I'm not going to lose anything back by doing that. And we're not quick to pull to break even. Not when it moves to level 2, or level 2 is our 1-to-1 risk. We don't move our stop to break even, then we move it halfway. We give it the little extra room. You guys know I like to give it a little extra room. So definitely give me feedback on this. You don't have to do it now on the YouTube, because I know some of you guys are just listening while you're trying to trade. Just some kind of feedback. If this is okay, me dragging my charts on, I will not. If I drag them on, I'm going to try and wait till a 3-minute candle's done forming. So like right now we have a minute and a half left before the next candle starts. So if I was going to drag a chart over, it would be like real quick. I'm going to try and wait till the candle closes. So gold just broke level 2, which is our 1-to-1 risk. And hopefully it'll push. We've got about 11 minutes before news. This is fun, isn't it? It should be fun. I am not trading right now with all this going on. I'm not trading in like Top Step or my Trade-Evade account. So my Trading View is logged into one account, but then I actually have Trade-Evade that is logged into one account that's linked to several others, and they're not the same size. I got several different, and I don't always trade the linked accounts. Sometimes I'll just go on the individual. Hopefully, you guys that are trading through Apex, and even not, if you weren't, caught the 90% off. Since Tyler, I may have mentioned it yesterday, I don't know, but since he wanted to add Bitcoin, he's been doing gold, and this week he asked me Sunday. He's like, "Well, I want to do 2 instruments," so he's already branching out and wanting to. He wants to do Bitcoin, and I think what that is more a social thing. And he's got a friend he's made at his CTC, the career school, and this kid trades futures as well. So I think that got him a little more fired up than just trading with dad, right? That's always the case, and I'm fine with that. But I think that got him a little more fired up, and that's why he's like, "Can I trade gold?" And because I put him on Bitcoin, he's like, "No, I still want to trade gold," because he's used to gold, right? And I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine." But I told him trading 2 instruments is a little riskier. Why? Because your mind is not focused on the moves on just one. So, uh, that being said, I told him, I said, "You are taking on a little extra risk because of that." And, so I did get him another, eval account. I forgot to move my stop on, gold down to half risk. So I still might take a loss on gold, and I'm okay with that. I got in early, got in before news. I did not take the, 7 AM entry. Did anybody take the 7 AM entry on gold? Well, no, it wasn't, sorry. Just the 15 and 4 hour was red, so you may not have. And I should have probably closed partial when it was down near, it hit near 3 to 1 right there. It got close, but I was waiting on it to touch it, and it just didn't wanna. So you don't have to wait. You can while it's extended toward it, you can always close partial if you want. The entry on it, well, no, we wouldn't have. Never mind. But platinum would have been good to enter, at start, but I was in ES and, Bitcoin. Nasdaq is still not, it did not break that support level up there, or support resistance level. So it had a problem getting over it, or trying to even get through it. That's that level I just drew. So right now, overall, on ES, it's pulled back deeper, pulled back to test what? Pulled back to my half stop level. It basically pulled down, and if you look where it turned right at this swing low right here. Okay. So I got in at a valid entry. Everything was green at the bottom. And if you look, yes, it retraced down, it broke the retracement line, I got in, and it went. Is that not what we're looking for? That was a good entry, and it went. It just didn't go to my 2 to 1. Now, if I would have had a stop under the current low, look at the difference. We got 2.5 minutes. So, I had my stop back here below so I had a wide risk there. If I would use the current, some of you may use the current low, which is that one right there. Well, look at what it did off the current low. Hit there 1 to 1, right at the previous high. You'd have moved to halfway point. Hit 2 to 1. You would have closed partial and moved your stop to break even. You'd have been stopped down, which is fine. That trade worked out. I just happened to put my stop a little bit further. Are you trading with the super? What direction did you get in gold? Was it long or short? I don't know when you got in or. Oh, you got in short on what, on this second right here? Was it this candle right here that broke that trend line? I'm assuming it's that one right there, but it may not have been. It may have been. Let me know if it's that candle right there that you shorted on. I'm assuming it's that on the break. Oh, I'm sorry. I am pointing at ES. Bummer. See, I am still not awake yet. Sorry. What time did you get in? Like which can that's what I want to know, I guess. 8:03. So far, everything's holding. 4 hours holding, and the 1 hours have changed. So um, I did not take start a day on gold, which would have been good. You'd still be holding. Start a day on platinum. Well, and then the 1 hour again was green on gold. So that would have been my reason to stay out. We're kind of trading against the 1 hour. So the 15-minute 1 hour are going to turn quicker. The 4 hour obviously isn't going to turn as often. Um, but the 1 hour turned red here along with the 15-minute. And I drew. Remember, I drew this tool back in here. My entry is not at that point. I have it on my price entry, but not time. So my order execution was right there. I need to draw my tools a little better. That's where my order execution is on gold. Whoops. So I just moved it. So, beep. Sorry, guys. Anyways, that's where the order was executed right there. So again, this candle at that candle. So this candle came down, closed red, 15-minute, 1 hour flipped. I jumped in on next candle. So that's really where it's at my tool. That's where my stop currently is. Or not currently is. That's where my stop was. And I've moved to 1-to-1. I put my trades off to the left. That's something I got to get used to. Because normally I have them on the right side. But yesterday when we were trading 6 different currencies, sorry guys, currencies. I've been trading so long with in currencies that is just stuck in my head. It's just, you guys know, lots and currencies. So a lot of times instead of contracts, I'll say lots. I mean contracts on futures. And then I'll say lots instead. So overall, I like where I'm sitting before. I mean, just ADP 815. So we may not get moves on anything on this. I'd expect things tied to the, the U.S. market to move more. Currency pairs will move a lot. Typically off something like this. And we're only, hour and 16 minutes in. So good day so far. Good day, sir. I'm looking for oil. Oil's mixed. I don't have it on the chart, but the let's see. At 7 a.m. on oil, here's what it looked like. So at 7 a.m. on oil, the 1 hour and 4 hour were not the same code. There's the 4 hour and 1 hour on oil. So they just, 7 a.m. was right in here somewhere. Right there. I just didn't mark it. So you could have shorted against the 4 hour trend, and it was a valid, would have been a valid entry. So again, there's 7 a.m. start of day, oil. Look to the left. Did it pull up? Yes, it did. Could you have drawn the trend line? Not really. I wouldn't have been able to draw a trend line on that move up. I would have had to have done this. And then if I've done that support, I'm going to wait on a break of support. So I would have got in on that break, put my high stop above the high. It did go. I could see where it easily went to 1-to-1, would move stop half. I think this went to 2-to-1 because as I would draw the tool, my stop would be up here. And the entry, I would have entered on that right there, that break. So no, it didn't. It just got to 1-to-1, and that's it. Now, this is where you may want to adjust what we're doing. So we move when it goes 1-to-1, we move stop to halfway, And then if it keeps going and goes to our level 3, 2-1, we close out partial. But the 4 hours still green. So you're trading on this retracement. So that's one thing you have to keep in mind is, oh, wait, I'm trading against the 4 hour. So this trade may not last long. And you have to be willing to kind of adapt a little bit. Yeah, I'm waiting on the 1 hour for oil. The 8 o'clock 1 hour candle stayed green, so I'm not even considering that. I want Bitcoin to push through this support level. Looking for that level right there on Bitcoin to get broken. And it's pushing through right now. But we also have a wick down here, so we just need a stronger push. And we're trying to get a stronger push. I guess you just gotta ask for it, right? Okay. Let's go to level 5. Let's just ask. That'd be something. But overall, I'm happy on the day. Like I said, platinum, I couldn't close anything out. I only have one on. So right now on platinum, still in it with stop to break even. Haven't adjusted stop. When it did hit 4-1, I'm not watching it. So it hit 4-1. And my stop, when it hit level 3, I'm looking to see if I closed any. No, I only have one on. So at level 3, if we would have had, say, multiple contracts on platinum, we would have closed out, partial at it, and that would have been at a 2-1 risk level on that particular trade. Move your stop to break even so you don't lose anything against your gains. You'd still be in. If you trailed your stop 2 levels back, like right here, if you trailed it 2 levels back and held, then you'd be stopped out on your runner. Or if I move my stop to this level, my stop still break even. I'm giving it extra room. But if I would have moved my stop to break even or the 1-1, I would have been stopped out at 1-1. If when it moved here and hit our level 4, which is profit target or 3 times risk, right? Level 4 is 3 times risk. If when it moved there and I was trailing 1 level back, I would have moved my stop to 3, level 3, and been stopped out there. So I've just chosen to give it room. And I'm okay with getting stopped out of break even. I don't really care about platinum anymore. That's just the way I look at it. But I'm trading multiple pairs. So guys, are multiple instruments. So I know what it's like when you're trading one and you're banking all your your livelihood on that one instrument, and you get in, you can't do anything else. And I know what that's like because you're gonna end up. If I do this on every trade, move to break even, and just give it a lot of room. We'll see what you do today, platinum, and that's it. I may have a lot of trades that are at break even on platinum, and you just have to be okay with that. Because if not, I would have moved my stop. I'm stopped out of gold right now with the small loss. But remember, did we close our partial on that? I don't think I did. No, because it did not get to. I put 5 on, did not close partial at 1-1 because that's not my plan. I missed closing. I could have closed out part of it. It got near. And I want to show you one thing real quick. So here's gold, and I put on the trade there, right here at this price, stop way up here, and it did not get to my 3-time risk level, correct? Well, what if my stop would have been closer to that wick? Almost got to it. What if I ignored the wick? It got to it. So keep that in mind. It's just how far out you put your stop. I happen to put mine here. It didn't touch. I'm okay. We're getting a pullback on it. And again, you should have went out to the 4-hour charts last night or this morning and looked. I posted them last night. I post them the night before, like an update on zones and trend lines, and it's just the 4-hour is what I post in the instrument threads. And that's so you guys can mark up your charts and know we're not hitting any 4-hour anything right now on any of these. And remember, I said some of them are. There's the 8:25 alarm. I got alarms on my phone for everything. So the 8:25 alarm means that there's typically, if there's news coming out in the U.S. session, you may get movement. I wish I could just pop that one page. So here's what it looks like on the what candle are we in? We got a minute 23 for the candle to close. So I want to talk fast. Here was the post NASDAQ. So NASDAQ, was at all-time high from over here on the left. That red zone is from the wick top to start, from the start to top. That was our all-time high back here. That's where NASDAQ was and is. So I'm not expecting it to break that. What I want to see is lower lows, lower highs, if we would short it back to that trend line. Crypto would be Bitcoin. I liked where Bitcoin was because uh, I mentioned that it fell off the all-time high on Bitcoin. We know that. And it bounced a few times on the top of the yellow zone, which was here, even tested the bottom of the zone, bounced on the bottom. And then it broke the downtrend line, which was here from this wick to a wick in here, that wick right there. That candle had a long wick. It's a 4-hour candle. So that downtrend line, it broke. So I would expect it to drop and test the 4-hour zone before moving up further, but it may not. Okay. But be prepared for that to happen, for it to drop back toward that zone. And that was Bitcoin. And what have we had this morning? Well, we've had a drop. It's dropping to that zone. That's what it's doing. That's been dropping to that zone. So that was posted last night. So I think, of course, that's in the premium, but that should have prepared you for, okay, well, Butch thinks at least it's going, might go back and retrace back down to that zone, which that's what we're retracing to the yellow zone. Now, if it bounces off the yellow zone, it's see, I've also got a 4-hour support resistance level from clear back here. This swing low, that has been respected multiple times. That's why that is a line and not a zone. Pulled back down and tested it here, here, here. After it broke, pulled up and kind of swung above it. But then once it broke it here, pulled back right to it. It dropped through it here, but pulled back up on a green candle right at it. This wick on a 4-hour was right at that level. So to me, that is a super strong support resistance level. ES and S&P, basically, I posted that they were all-time highs. S&P, we really got nothing to draw a high off of, so you got to be careful. But it had broke through the uptrend line. It, I was assuming that it might pull back to that. That's what we have to think, that it might pull back to this red upper zone. NASDAQ, same situation, all-time highs. They're breaking all-time highs. So again, off the wicks, It's testing that area. If it turns, and I think that's what I put something like it. If it turns, we're looking for lower lows, lower highs. We would trade it short to that bottom of the zone and then the trend line on that one. So energies, I post oil typically. So this was, yeah, these were posted about 8 o'clock. So it was to go long if it broke the 4 hour support resistance level, and then short if it bounces off that and we get lower lows, lower highs. We need to see right now it's making on the smaller time frame higher highs, higher lows on oil. We want to see it turn there and make a lower low, lower high before we would even consider it taking it short. Okay. So that's what you want to do is go in there every night and just kind of refresh your memory uh, on the charts. So I'm out of gold. Platinum pulled back to that previous low. It's not taking me out yet, but it might take me out break even. Still up on Bitcoin. So far today, Bitcoin's been good. Oil, the 1 hour on oils are still red and the 4 hours green. So I'm not looking to get in oil until the 1 hour changes. The 1 hour changes green on oil. I'm gonna go long on it. Nasdaq ES, they're both holding green. 4 hour, 1 hour. Bitcoin, we're still holding short. Everything is um, red on the bottom, and we're red on top with triangles. I'd like to see more and more triangles follow through. You know, we had groups of 4 or 5 triangles at the top and only one at the bottom. So we know that's good. It should overall continue short, which we've had. I don't know if you guys trade gold. Be careful. Um, if you were trading gold long on this, you're only trading the 15-minute. Is what you're doing. Where gold's at? If you would have happened to jump in. So right now it's just a big fat healthy retracement, which could turn into a trend. Doesn't mean it won't. Out of platinum. Big pullback out of platinum. So with platinum, it did hit 4 times. And again, if I was aggressive with my move, I would have got uh, my 2 time risk reward. And that may be what we have to do with platinum. I haven't traded these on platinum. And I haven't traded platinum a lot. MC is the person you got to have platinum. ES is doing what it's done to me the last couple of days. It is just sideways. But so is NASDAQ. They're waiting. And of course, the US stock market opens in less than an hour. Right now, gold is just testing this previous high over here. So we may get, and guys, it just turned red on the 15-minute. So when this candle closes, everything else is still red. Yeah, it moved quite a bit. I really looking at platinum right now as my trade sat. I moved it to break even. Thinking, well, I'll just hold and see if it pushes short. For the next couple hours and see where we're at. And it just did not. But it did go to my 3 to 1. So I think is that how you trail pretty tight. Your stuff fairly tight, MC. I don't know if you trail your stuff or where it is weight for like your 50 ticks. And platinum and gold's had similar moves today. If you look at the two charts, they both had a good down and turn. Out looking for entries, right? This isn't too bad. I like the setup I've got set up now because I can bounce back and forth between your guys' comments and this. So for me, platinum is the winner right now. So I'm going to let the winner run. Hopefully, it'll run. Let's see something here. I don't know why. If that screen goes blank like that and disappears, it's because I'm clicking on my the lower bar of my computer and hitting Trading View and doing that, like trying to select a chart. I'm going to try and stop doing that. That's what I'm trying to do. So I've actually, the way I've got my stuff set up on the other side, I can click to the left of the screen to get my trading and then to the right screen to get you guys. And on the bottom of gold, we're getting more. Of course, we've got more green on the 15-minute showing up. I don't know why I keep having to log in to Tradebait. It keeps logging me out. No idea why. Mhm. Oh, so the ES trade, I lost 100. And looking to see what else. Bitcoin, I locked in. Make sure. Yeah, this is today. So gold, I lost, looks like about 100 because remember, I only moved my stop partial. So I lost about 100 there. ES about 100 or 100 ES exactly. I'm not adding up the other. It was like 63 and 32 and 8 on gold. I don't know why it pulled me out at different. And then Bitcoin, I closed 15 and locked in 585. And then yeah. So the 585, I lost 200, so it's 385. And the Bitcoin's still running. So US stock market hasn't opened. I could be done with everything else and just stay in uh, well, now ES. But just stay in Bitcoin and ES because ES just finally popped. It is, oh, and it's going down. So it's getting really, really um, right here. Well, you guys can see it. You got ES up there. So I went into profit quite a bit or a little bit. And it's still not 1-to-1 compared to where I put my stop. And I think I mentioned that if I would have used this, the like when I got in, if I would use that current swing low, then it's hit 1-to-1, move stop to halfway, but I'd have been stopped out. Well, no. So it hit 1-to-1. I would have moved stop halfway. It hit 2-to-1. We would have closed out partial, and I've got 10 on, so I'd have closed out 8, left 2 on, and been stopped out at the 2. Okay, because of how I'd move my stop. However, I placed my stop down below the previous low, which was down here. So for me, it's only hit 1-to-1. And I did not move my stop. So when it hit 1-to-1, I did not move my stop halfway. I don't have to, right? I can leave it where it is. I like to leave extra room. The halfway stop, sometimes I've been using it. I used it last night, but you don't have to. It's just there in case you want to shorten your risk. Well, I already went in light. I went in with 10 contracts instead of 20 or 30. So for me, it's 20 or 30. It's going to be my next contracts I'll put on one of these trades. So since I went in with 10, I already lowered my risk, and so I didn't move my stop to protect half of it. And I'm glad I didn't, or I'd have been stopped there, or possibly, well, I would have been stopped there at that wick right there, only to see it go up, because right now it's in profit, not much. It's like 87. I mean, it's still on, and my stop's still where I originally placed it. So I need to move my position, go back to my trade, my actual there. So for me, it's only hit the 1-to-1. I'm sorry, guys, I grabbed the wrong one. Y'all are like, leave that chart alone. He just drug our signals chart off. So for me right now, ES is still going. Um, the Bitcoin trade, is still going. I'm still holding the 1 hour, 4 hours still red. I'm going to hold. Right now it's up 332. On the runners, remember I had 20 on. So I put 20 on at 7. I saw that as a good move down. and the 1 hour was still red. 15-minute, a lot of red triangles up there. I'm like, okay, 15-minute is bullish or bearish. The 1 hour's bearish, and that was the 7 a.m. star day. So I'm like, I'm jumping in, even though the 4 hour was still green. Then the 4 hour switched to red on that move down, and I closed partial, closed 15. So right now I only have 5 runners on. It hasn't really moved past this level. Let's see, I closed out 3. Well, it did hit level 4. So I think what I'm going to do is go in. And I'm going to close 2 right here. I'm going to close 2 where it's at. So I need to buy 2. I'll move my stop to break even. I'm going to give it a lot of room to breathe. You guys don't have to do this. Give it that much room. So we took off 2, so I got 3 on still. Make sure my order matches. So we got, oh no, what did I do? Did I not close 2 off that? Oh, I hit enter and it just popped it there. So I actually need to buy 2. Sorry. There we go. So I just closed out 2. I don't remember what it was up. I mean, it's 177 on the 3 runners now. So, was that 60? So it's $60 a contract right here. So I probably locked in about 120 on that. I'll pull a report and look good since part of that's closed. But so far, it's been a good trade. It's been got good runners on. So I'm going to hold my position on that. So right now, Bitcoin has been the one that's trending. So again, that's part of why I trade multiple instruments. Oh yeah, platinum we did. Gold, everything's still holding red. So we just had a good, healthy pullback during, when you saw all those arrows printing on the bottom as green during that pullback. So now we're starting to print more arrows on the top, which is what I really want to see. Because the 4 hour and 1 hour is still red. Let me see what yes. Or no, we closed out 2 of Bitcoin, didn't we? Just now. So those 2 runners, let's see. So originally Bitcoin I got in at 718. I closed out. I got in with 20 Bitcoin at 718. Closed out 15 Bitcoin 24 minutes later. So in 24 minutes, I closed out 15 Bitcoin at 585. So I made $585 in 24 minutes on that push. We just closed out. I'm looking at my trade report. So we just closed out 2 Bitcoin, and that was $120. So it was at $60 per contract when I closed. Those I've been in the whole trade then because those closed out and it's just 1 hour and 51 minutes. So basically, I've been in that trade obviously since whenever I got in the first part, 718. So over an hour. Whew. So good trades overall. That one's been the best. So again, I'm going to leave my winner's run. And it happens. It's starting to move down right after I closed. So I closed that last candle right here. That candle's when I closed to. And the 18 or 15, I closed on the green candle with a wick. That one right there is where I closed 15. So, and as you look, you want to say to yourself, man, I wish I would have left the 15 on, because look at how it's moving. That's what you say to yourself. This is one thing that goes through your mind while you're trading. This is where you start doubting what you're doing. Is if I would have left the whole thing on, look at what I would have been up. The problem with saying that to yourself is, how often does it trend? It doesn't trend a lot. So you would get, if it pulls back and hits your stop, you're going to get stopped out at everything. That's why we pull partial. Let's see. I'm looking at my chart here on Bitcoin because it's hitting levels. So right now it just hit level 5, which is right here. So it hit level 5. If my stop is still at break even, so I am going to move it at this point. I just have to decide if I want to move it here at level 4. That's tight, and I'll probably get stopped out. There's really no line of defense between where it is now and my stop if I move there. If I move it to level 3, then that's over here, and we do have a line of defense. If it comes back to test this high, it might keep me in if this high area, this level here, holds up as support resistance. So I can move it there. Ideally, way back here. See how flat this went after crossing over this price of 7.16. So after crossing below that, it stayed under it. But look at how long that held up. It just kept testing and testing and testing, and finally broke short, finally gave up. So ideally, this level here would be great, but that leaves a lot of room and a lot of, you're giving the market, you're giving it back. So I'm going to I think I want to go, I'm just looking here. I don't want to go level 4. So I'm going to go level 3 and move my stop to level 3. And I'll move my chart over real quick so you can see. We got 1 minute and 16 seconds before the candle forms, so I'll slide it over real quick. So there, I just moved it, marked it with an X. I just moved it to level 3. So the only thing I've got is that high that's kind of in the way. That if it comes back to test that, my hope on this, which I have no idea if it'll work, would be that it would, if it pulls back, it just tests this low and that's it. And it turns and keeps going down. So, but I don't, if it, and it could come back up to test this line right here, which is a swing low here that I marked it off of. And then after it broke it, it pulled back to test that price point and then fell off of it. So I would not have wanted to come below that. I'm just giving it that extra room, and hopefully those that price point holds up if it pulls back. So I'm good with the trade. It did hit level 5. So I closed out 2 when it hit level 4, which is 3 times risk. Right now it's at level 5. New candle started. We got 3 minutes till the next one on all these. So right now it did just hit level 5. And what I should have done was went ahead and closed another 2. I'm kind of closing them a little late if I do. So I'm going to hold on to them. That's my mistake. Again, I'm sliding stuff around. I'm okay with that. It doesn't really matter to me. So, but again, it went down and touched level 5. That's where you would want to consider closing out maybe another contract. So I only have 3 left. So my strategy for closing the rest could be, if it pulls back down to that price point, since I didn't do it, yes, I'm going to close out, 1. From now on, I'll just close out 1 at the next 2 levels and then have 1 runner for end of day if it keeps going. So I can either close 1 or 2. It's up to me. It's all my decision. Nobody else can make it for me, right? Well, I need to suck down some coffee. Yeah, I wouldn't have taken that. Guys, I'll look into music in here. I normally have the TV on playing, and then if my she's gone already today. She took I think she's Christmas shopping. So she's already out, which is unusual. Normally she'd sleep in. But sometimes she'll come down here and flip on like Lifetime or something, and I just don't pay attention to it. And then she'll leave, and it's just playing in the background. But other than that, I'll normally have like to do YouTube or something. I'll be streaming songs. The only problem is I found out that if I stream songs on these lives or even videos in the background, um, if they're not like free to use music, your videos get shut down like automatically, like their software is listening or whatever. I don't know how all that works, but they will get shut down and deleted. And I went in and looked at some free to use software or free to use music and put in some songs that I liked. And they come up with some, I don't know what you call it, like stupid version of something that sounded close, but I was like, ew. So I'll find something to put on because I normally have to have noise playing in the background and I'll keep it turned down low. But for me, I just like having something playing. So for me, this is like different because it's crickets in here. I can hear the crickets. We've had some long streams. Yeah, ES has popped some. But look how wicked it was there for a minute, couple minutes. We got the 836 candle, big green candle, big red candle, wick down. Two greens, two reds, but that second red there was just, we're going to test your stop. We're going to take people out, right? And then finally green, and finally it looks like it might push. I'm leaving those trend lines on there. Those are the ones I drew earlier this morning. Um, and look at how this long wick, hit the back of that like retracement line. So it hit level 2. I have not been level 3 is way up there for me because again, I have my stop further. So for me, the risk I put was down here. We hit 1-to-1 here. I did not move my stop to halfway, which I'm glad I didn't. And we're approaching the 2-to-1. So hopefully it'll get there on that 2-to-1. Yeah, I could move my stop actually to the 2-to-1 or halfway at this point because it did break level 2. So let's do that. That's a good idea, right? What happened to my position tool on there? Oh, it's way back there. I'm like looking for it on my chart on my computer, and it's all right. What price are we at? 81.50. Is that it? Oh, I haven't even hit. That's right. I moved it down to the original entry, like as if you took it during that trade entry there, and I didn't take it there. I took it here, so I'm not even at. I'm barely close to 1-to-1. I know some of you guys got in it. I think. Is anybody actually in ES on it? Get over to my charts. I mean, I could get aggressive. My stop would be right here if I moved to halfway. I don't really like that because it's just tested that 3 times here. This pullback to it, this wick to it, this wick to it. If I was going to move my stop, I would actually move it here at like a 25% level. Now, I'm not going to, I mean, I could go in the position tool. And I can't even put a 25 on. I mean, I could change this one because I got too many levels on there. I could put the one here, put one there. This is how I'd change it. If I was going to, I'd put one there and 0.5 and then um, 0.25 and then obviously change this one to red. Ooh, that's a bright red. What do we normally have it on that one? This one. There we go. That's what I would do if I was going to add a 0.25. So I wanted to draw that or put that in so you guys would see that would be where I'd be comfortable. So I just moved my stop to that level. It's not much. I mean, I cut off 25% of my risk. That's it. But that's my thought process. What my thought process would be, moving it to there to that 0.25. I see those wicks. It pulled down and there's the candle closed right there and it went up. But see, it kind of wicked through a little bit. But then this wick down to it, this wick down to it. I that makes me feel uncomfortable moving my stop to the halfway point. That's all it is. I'm not comfortable moving my stop to halfway because those candles wick down to it. And that's why I would move it to point 0.5 only, or you leave it where it is. So that's kind of like the decision that how I make the decision for something like that. I am not in gold, but the 1 hour went green on gold. Nasdaq's been running up, and I'm guys. I should have. It broke that high on Nasdaq. Broke it, tested it, but I wasn't watching it. Well, there's Nasdaq. Remember this high? I drew a line on this high, said if it breaks it and tests it, gives a green candle, that'd be the time to get in. Well, guess what it did? It broke it. It tested it, gave a green candle. That would be your entry. The classic rules, where you can take it pretty much green anytime. I mean, the 15 minutes holding longer green than the red. So I did not take it though. So it's kind of late right now as far as it's moved. Its market's going to open here in 24 minutes. Yeah, I see on platinum the 1 hour did follow the 15. And you can clearly see where to put your stop on platinum. Now it might get stopped out, but I mean it definitely gives you that plateau here is where on platinum. It is right at that 4 hour support and resistance level. Again, that was drawn last night. Or it may have already been on my chart. I can't remember if this was a new draw on this level, if it was already on. Because I don't clean them. When I go to the 4 hour, I don't clean everything off. If it's still a valid point, I'll leave it. So, but it turned right on that price point. What we got? We got a minute left. I'm going to do something real quick. But that's the 4 hour. So again, we're making, oh, sorry, that's ES. I did the wrong one. I wanted to do platinum on it. I'll do it here after this other candle forms. I don't want to get in the way of candle closings. So I'm up okay on ES. I'm only up 112. I only put 5 on, or 10 on, sorry. I did half a trade. My usual's 20 on these. If I see a super good setup, I'll go 30. And that, but half for me is 10. And then sometimes I'll do 5. You know, especially if I'm trading against the 4 hour, I like to do, 10. Sometimes I'll still do 20. It just depends on how things look set up. I'm going to stop watching oil probably because I don't know. Oil just hit. Is that under Bitcoin? Let me slide oil under Bitcoin over here on my watch list, because if I do that, I can just change. So my Bitcoin chart, we just formed a new candle and everything. So on the Bitcoin chart, if I go down one, I have oil. So oil is turned at a everything's green on it though, guys, and it turned right at that. See how it went up to the 4 hour support resistance level? Again, the 4 hour time frame is a huge deal to draw your support resistance levels in your zones. I mean, look at how it climbed to that level, finally got there and just stayed under it for a while, tried to break it. It just turned right at it, right? So that's why we have those ones here. Oh, sorry. So Bitcoin pulled back and it did test this level. It still could pull back. We have a trend line down here, down trend line. So I should color that pink. Or red. That's more pink. I know some of you guys did take platinum. It basically was bouncing on that 4-hour. If I had a trend line on the chart, it would be from here to here. Those two lines right there would be my trade line up. That's what I would have on the chart to look for it to climb up. And if you notice, I drew it from just this wick to this wick, and it kind of like walked its way over there. Here we go. I want to make sure I was on the candle. Turn that stupid magnet back on. The magnet tool is great. I like it. However, when you're drawing these right here, the position tool, it's not. I also got in one in platinum. I probably did not get in the same price point you did. I got in a little later, probably, I'm assuming. We shall see. Now I'm in platinum, and I'm going to see. I have to take the position tool off the magnet off when I use the position tool. So there, right there's my trade on platinum, my entry and stop on the position tool. If you want to see the trade, there it is. Not up much. My stop, actually, I could have put a little closer to these lows. You know, the lows are right there on those candle wicks. So I could have put it, say there. It's probably a better spot for my stop. So I got in probably a little later than you guys. I don't know. So I'm going to manage it a little differently due to how it went this morning. I'm going to trail my stop. We still got news coming out. We still got U.S. stock market open. And I am only in Bitcoin still, which is great. It's testing those high levels in there. And I'm still in ES. And platinum, ES, and Bitcoin. I'm not in gold. And not in NASDAQ or oil. Oil's at that 4-hour support and resistance, like I said, up here. If you look at the Bitcoin chart, I flipped it. So oil is testing that 4-hour zone or support resistance. Everything's green on it. I want to see it break that level. I want to see it break that level and test that level. Kind of like we had down here in platinum, which is that lower left chart. I mean, it broke the 4-hour support resistance level, tested it, hung out above it, popped up, even came back, hammered on it again. And that level, that price point has held up. And that's what we're getting the move off of. I got in. I didn't get in on that. I got in when this one started. Or this right here. This was where I got in. So the edge of the position tool is actually the candle I got in on. ES is starting to push for us, so that's good. I might get to move my stop to I might move my stop to the halfway point. See, yeah. And Nasdaq's up there from the same situation, sideways all morning. So from 7 a.m. it was sideways. Everything stayed green on Nasdaq all morning, and it just popped through that previous high at 8:36. So far for the last 40 minutes after it broke, it moved up. So Nasdaq, I'm going to put Nasdaq under ES over here so I can switch. So if you look at the ES chart at the bottom, I'll switch to Nasdaq. So, oh, I shut off the signals on there. Sorry, guys. That's on this one. You guys aren't using that anyways. Those are the different time frames that I got. So the bottom indicator, I originally had it set up for to show all three time frames, but I think it would have just gotten confusing. I don't know, because that's the way I had it in Florida. They were all on the bottom. The one thing I kind of like about having this split and the top arrows are more this right here. You can see, and if it was on the bottom, you would just see like red in here, red in here. So all these dark areas between arrows where the red's at top, you would just see red in here. I kind of like seeing it like this because I can clearly see, okay, the bottom indicator, both the 4 hour and 1 hour are green, right? They're both green. So we're looking for what? We're seeing strength on the 15 because there's groups of candles, larger groups than up top. Again, larger groups. We get a couple decent sized groups here of 15. That's just the pullbacks. So during the decent pullbacks, which they're really small if you look at the grand scheme of things, right? And what's popping up down below? Surprise, surprise, 4 hour zone. So overall, it broke through the zone, tested the back of the zone, popped up, tested the back of the zone, and that's what we're moving off of. So it started moving off that at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. London session. That's what it started moving off of. But now this is heavily tied to the U.S. stock market. It just started moving back then. So overall, we're looking to do nothing but go long. So you could get in on any signal. You don't have to wait for it to break that high. You could have taken any of these, but you would have sat in the sideways movement for a while. And then traditional trading, if you go back and still incorporate those rules, well, you would wait for the high to be broke and tested. Well, it broke, tested, green candle. That's your entry. That's what we normally wait for. Break, a test, green candle. Platinum, I'm up. It has not hit profit target 1 yet, or 1 to 1, because of where my stop is. I don't like taking small trades, like closing out the whole thing or nothing. Oops, sorry guys. I left one of the comments up there. I really love the way Platinum has treated that 4 hour support resistance zone. If you look at Platinum right now, And I think this is okay with you guys, right? For me to have four um charts on. Can you guys see those okay? I have no idea what you're watching. Some of you guys may be on your phone watching this. And then it's going to be really small. I know. About the only thing you can do if you're on a phone watching these four screen or these four charts, it's going to be super small. About the only thing I can suggest you could do is take a screenshot and then you can zoom in. So if I was on a phone and was watching this, that's what I would do. I would take a screenshot of the four charts, and then I can just zoom in on that image, zoom into gold, if that's what I'm trying, or zoom into platinum. You'll be taking screenshots here and there. I mean, I wouldn't do it every 3 minutes, but you that's one way you can kind of zoom in and on just the chart you're trading. And it could you could be trading two or three, but if you take that screenshot, then you can zoom in on just that one. I almost said currency pair again. That's where my mind goes all the time. Trading one and pulling it on one inch. So platinum for me, you can see where I'm at. It's almost back to break even. So we're getting a pullback. It's going to test the previous highs back in here as it pulls back. You just got to be okay with it. I'm really not happy with ES all today. For me, as to where I had my stop, it never went 1 to 1, but from start of day, it hasn't run anywhere from start of day. And if you would have used that current stop or current low next to 1 to 1, your stop would have been there. So you would have almost got stopped out. It went down to the 25% level. So it retraced 75% back from entry, a little bit beyond, and then has moved up. But that's if you had your stop there. That's where my stop is now. Okay. So my stop is there now. But when guys, why is it? Oh, there they are. Why is that? I'm missing level two. Oh, because I changed it. Well, that's dangerous. Let me change that back. I forgot I took out. I can't do that. I'd have to go relabel all the. Oh, I guess I could. I'm not going to leave the quarter level in, but I think you guys got the point on that. So, I decided to move it to quarter level. I'm looking at it going, wait a minute. I know I had a, is it this? It's that one. It should be saved as my default already. But that's where so it's hit the 1 to 1, but hmm, I think I will move it to break even or not break even, but halfway. So it hit 2 to 1 or 1 to 1, level two, 1 to 1. I wish we could change the numbers on there so it would actually be a one. So the options are to move, my stop's right here at the 0. That's where the stop was. I could move it halfway. Um, I'm going to keep it where it is. I was thinking about moving it. If we get a push up above, if we get a push up above this high, then at that point I'll move. So right now I'm still looking at taking a full loss on 10 contracts. Bitcoin sideways, testing. As it moves toward that downtrend line. Nothing too exciting today. Non-farm Friday's when we're going to get some excitement. So it'll be fun on Friday. I love non-farm. Don't forget we got 10 o'clock. We got some red folder news. 10:30, we got some news on oil, if you're trading oil. And then, of course, Powell. And that's what we might be seeing. A lot of this waiting on him to start doing what he does. I may end up getting stopped out of Bitcoin. It's pulling clear back to and I'm at level 3. Make sure I get it on my order right there. I love the way this syncs up my crosshairs on my screen over here, because I can just slide the position tool right to that price where I got in. That's where I got in, and I moved my stop. Remember I said I'd rather have it remember I said I'd rather have my stop up here because it's up above this sideways movement. Ideally, that's where I would want to have my stop, not where it is. I moved it kind of aggressively, so I might be looking for another entry. I'm still up 160 on the 3 runners, so I'm happy with the trade overall with what it's gotten. We closed out, put on 20, closed out 15, and then right where the arrow is, and then closed out 2. Yep, 2 there, and that left me with 3 on. So I have 3 runners right now, and my stop is at that where this X is. So I moved it kind of aggressively. Remember I talked about this area, these highs. I did not close out. I think I mentioned that I might close out 1 when it hit. If it went, and hit that level, and I did not. So now I'm kind of stuck. I'm not closing out now. I'm only looking to close out partials when it extends in my direction, not when it's pulling back. I don't panic close. I guess we'll call it that. Oh, so far overall, it's a good positive trade. And again, I don't panic close. I'm not going to panic and see why I don't like ES right now. This might be a loss. Its market hasn't even opened. We got like 2.5 minutes. Yeah, 2.5 minutes before the U.S. stock market officially opens. So I am going to look to, take a couple more trades. I'd like to. Just waiting on the good setups. And NASDAQ. Remember I said it was climbing? This I'm going to show you NASDAQ. That right there, guys, is why you have to pull partials. You have to. This right here is the perfect example of that. Right? I had a high back here marked. And I said, I want to see that level broke. It came up, hit it, pulled back, hit it again, and then finally broke it. What do we wait for after break? You could put on, go light, put on 5 contracts, but then when it pulls back and gives you your signal candle, put on another 5. Now you'd have 10 on. If you didn't close partial in here, look at where you're at now. I mean, you're stopped out. Well, you're in the negative. If you'd have got in on one of these 2 candles, or even the third, because it actually came back, gave you another green candle. It retested that level. So it popped through. Some people call, when it pops through, when it pulls back and hits a level, some people calls that a retest, because it's testing under here. So they're kind of interchangeable. That's and then it just came back and tested again. We saw a good move off of it. If you didn't pull partial, you're in the negative, and you're about to be stopped out. If your stop's below this low. Draw one in. See, I got the magnet tool back in. So if your stop's below that low, you're about stopped out. If you went back to then that's below this swing. If you went back to the previous level where your stop's down here, even deeper. Now, the thing is, when it moved up, it more than likely hit 1 to 1. It just depends on where your stop is. If your stop's here, it hit 1 to 1. Well, close. But see, you're getting stopped out on a full trade. And that right there, I can't show you a better example of why here this guy's getting stopped out too. But I can't show you. So the U.S. stock market just opened. I can't show you a better example of that as to why we close partials is right there. Put it back on the CES. I just got stopped out. Yeah. So I got stopped out. I moved it to 0.25. And I got stopped out probably only to see it shoot back up. We'll see. So that was a small loss. Let's open that. Trying to look for my two. So the two runners on Bitcoin was $120. Just the two runners. And we talk about that, how guys, some people, that's all they make in a day. I know I used to pay guys that used to work for me when I had the construction company running. Now I just let my best friend manage my, like flip. If I buy a house to flip, he just manages it all. Um, I don't want employees. I phased that out. I actually had a guy that was really good guy. He'd been with me about 6 years, and he was running jobs for me. And his mother passed away. 2 months later, his son actually got hit by a car and killed, and he was like 15. So he's going through a lot. So I lost him. So that's when I shut down the construction side on my end. Here's I hope you guys don't mind me popping this in the live. I mean, let me know if you just don't care to see this. But there's that Bitcoin trade. So right now, I'm at 705 on it. 705 is locked in. We still have three runners. It's showing no loss because we're still in the trade. We haven't had a loss. The drawdown on is small. I mean, $40 drawdown. I mean, that's nothing, right? And if you look at the trades, so remember I put 20 on. So I put 20 on, closed 15. That's the bulk of the trade. The 15 is 585. Some people don't, they make that in a week. $600, $700, 800 or 1,000 a week. So that's 585. If I'm only looking for $2,000 a week is what? $8,000 a month. So in $2,000 a week, how much do you need to make per day? Well, there's 5 days. Okay. Do the math. That's what you got to make. So I've made 585 on the first part, closing partial. Then we close two out, and that's 120. So we're up on this trade right here, 705 is what we're currently at. And we got stopped out on this pullback. Okay, so I'm out. So let me repull that report. I need to remember to click off to the side so your guys' screen doesn't flicker. Where are we at on candles? We're like at 126. All right. So this is since it's closed out, here's the full report on Bitcoin. So 826.50 is what I got. That $40 drawdown's nothing. It should show total time in trade. Longest winning trade is we were in for 2 hours, 38 minutes. That's the runners that just got closed out. Okay. So the trades, we closed out the 15 at 585. We closed out 2 at 120, and we closed out 3 at 121. So we did our best trade today, or my best trade today, was on Bitcoin because I just took a loss on ES, right? So I took a loss on ES on that because I moved to 0.25 and the market's opened. It started actually, it and NASDAQ started moving before the market opened, before their market opened, and moving down. So on that one, we took I don't want to show you all of them because I know you're trying to trade. But on that one, I took a $262 loss on it because I put on 10. And I actually, I did a trade earlier on that. So I've had 2 losses on ES. So I've lost some of those gains back on that trade. So I'd like to get in a couple more. ES has not been good to me today. So, and it hasn't the last couple days. ES, you remember yesterday it was like sideways forever, and then it finally went. I'm only in platinum right now. Oil's falling off that 4-hour support resistance though, but I did not get in it. We're kind of getting wicked moves right now, so you may want to let it settle. But this is the start of the U.S. market. Bitcoin really, really reacted to it. What are we still in? Is anybody still in trades? I'm only in platinum right now. So wages in the U.S., it just depends on, there's a few things. So it depends on what your career level is. And then what state you're in has to do with it too, or region. And then also the boss you have. I mean, it has to do with it too. So where my son works, he's making less than minimum wage. And I told him, I said, go to him and tell him to pay you minimum wage. It's stupid. 65 cents less. So he goes to Bill, and Bill said no. And Tyler said, well, it's minimum wage. You have to. He's like, no, as a small business, we don't make enough revenue throughout the year. So we're not bound to that, which they're not. And I'm like, he came home. I said, Tyler, if your son doesn't respect you enough and the work you do to pay you 65 extra cents an hour, because he's only part-time, I said, then it's somebody you don't want to work for. I mean, you're at least worth another 65 cents. I said, are you kidding me? But he stayed there. It was his choice. Because I said I would walk back in there. First, I would apply a few other places and have people after you and offering you jobs, and you just get to select. And then you go back to the boss and say, hey, I want 12 an hour. Make him pay for it. If he would, that would be me. Sorry. But if I went into my boss and they're paying me minimum and they won't pay me an extra 65 cents an hour, I'd go start looking for jobs, get job offers, and walk into that office. I say, hey, look, I've got 3 job offers that are willing to pay me 13 an hour or 50, whatever it is. Just take those job offers in. I mean, even at 17, which is that's how play it. That's what I told him. So he started applying. I said, "I know you like working there." He goes, "Well, not really." I'm like, "Well," I said, "then you need to look for something else. Don't stay in a stagnant um, job if you don't like it." It's okay for him. He's like, "Oh, I'm okay with it." But I just told him, I said, "Get some job offers and then go back in with the offer. Say, hey, look, this is what I got. I got two people wanting to pay me 13 and one wanting to pay me 15, but I like working here. This is what you're going to have to pay me. I'll stay." I said, "That's how you need to play that." I said, "Don't just stay there." I said, "If he's not willing to go 65 cents more, that's stupid." But yeah, so it depends. Like in here, you used to be able to pay like a guy working for you in construction just starting out 15, and you still can if they don't know anything. But if they know some, they've been in construction a few years, then typically the starting wage is 20 when they come on board to work. So most of my guys were at 20. Um, Steve was a lot more than that because he was, like I said, running jobs for me. So to where I didn't have to be there because that's not what I was about. Long time ago, I got out of that, when my back was injured. So you moved your stop to halfway on platinum. I need to look at it. I'm reading comments. Yeah, I could. Well, it hasn't hit 1 to 1 for me, but remember, I didn't move my stop last time and got stopped out. I'll move it to halfway. I think I'm going to be a little more aggressive with my stop this time. I'm kind of looking to see if NASDAQ and ES, if we get a bounce on them. That's what I'd love to see. But dude, I do not like ES right now. I would have had a trend line drawn down this move, and it actually just broke it and tested it. And it's trying to give a green arrow. Do your guys' charts get as messy as mine? Normally, mine are pretty messy. Nasdaq is a wiki. Check this out. Look at those wicks after stock market open. That's the 930 candle right there. We've had nothing but whip back and forth on those. I'm gonna take these two levels out, but nothing but and I think I'll leave that, and I would want to draw one down here off like those wicks. So we broke that kind of zone in there sideways. But just look at the long wicks on there. It's huge. Whip back and forth. And we're seeing it kind of in ES, but not as dominant. I'm sitting here not even looking at gold, what it's doing. And yeah, if you're self-employed, if you own your own business, self-employed, you can make a lot more than that. I've had people. Friend of mine was building building a new house, um, and I did stuff for him, and I just told him, I said, I'll be a consultant. He wanted me to come be the builder. I said, I will be a consultant. I will bring in subcontractors for you to help with different phases. Um, and I let him pay my my contractors that I do. I let him pay them straight. I said, I don't want you to think I'm padding the price. So, like, I had my roofers go over and roof, and with using my roofers, he actually saved $5,000 on roofing his house, which to him, he's like, "That's huge." And that I didn't include anything, because if I was doing it for anyone else, there would have been $3,000 in there for me. I would have made $3,000 on that roof job. If I'm not making, a lot of money, it's not worth my time. Um, but I told him, I said, "I'll let you pay my subcontractors directly," but I said, "You're also gonna cut me a check first before I send my subcontractors over, because 'cause I'm not gonna get shafted if I'm doing something." So for me, it's just if I'm not make because I can sit here, and not mess with anything and make that same money. So for me, time away from the desk, unless I'm doing it to relax or do stuff with family. But if I'm doing it some kind of work related thing, then I need to get paid on it. So, and he understood that, but he knew he can save money. So I didn't do everything on the build, but like on the roof, he saved 5 grand and then he paid me a couple grand. It was only two he paid me. So he only saved 3 grand. But on each phase, he saved anywhere from it was usually three to $5,000. So overall through the whole house, he saved over $80,000. And that's huge, to him. It's a house here in Ohio. They're not that. It's about a $250,000 house. Well, actually, it's more than that. He saved 80 off the off his cost of building. He's got 250 in it, right around there. I tried to let him. I tried to talk him into letting me manage the whole thing. I said, if you want me to manage the whole thing, I'll have your house built in 6 months. And I said, ready to move in, because I used to do that, manage plats for big builders a long time ago. And then I've done my own new builds. And I said, I will build the house. It's nothing extravagant. And it's not, I mean, it's like 3,200 square feet ranch. Easy build. I said, I will do it. Have you done in 6 months? This is what it'll cost you to hire me. And he's like, I can't. That's too much. He didn't want to come off and pay that much. So here's what happened. He started, had someone else pour the foundation, the basement. Him and his brother started framing the flooring, the joists and the plywood, the flooring. They started doing that. It took them 6 months to get that done because they were only doing it on Saturdays and half day Sunday. Well, he was saving money. He was happy. He's like, Butch, man, I'm saving money. I said, that is awesome. I'm glad. But I said, you do know I would have had the house done. You just got done framing the floor. Yeah, I know, but I'm saving money. That's all I heard. Save money, save money. Okay. COVID hit here in the US. Not COVID. Well, yeah, it was COVID. And we started getting supply chain issues and all kinds of stuff and lumber going up and, all that. Well, he lost what he saved because now he's going when he's paying for a sheet of plywood, he was paying 4 times that, 3 to 4 times that, and a sheet of and 2 by 4s, 2 by 6s, everything across the board. He was paying 4 to 5 times more. And then he's like, "Man, I shoulda had you do it. I said, "I tried to talk you into letting me do it." But he got hit by the high prices, and then it took longer. You know why? Because he wasn't willing to pay those prices for the lumber. So he held off on getting it built. Right now, he's still building. I've only helped him with a few of the phases, but it's been a 3-year project because he's tried to do most of it himself. It didn't pay. His wife's mad at him. His kids are mad. He was supposed to have it done before his daughter went off to college. She's off to college now, never even lived in the house. Construction drama. I almost took, I did take ES, and I almost took NASDAQ, but I did not. So, yeah, I went in light. I hate closing out these little trades. I actually got in on the bottom, red candle turn, or sorry, green entry signal. I got in a hair before on ES. So there, how many candles you guys looking at, or timer? We got 2 minutes, 20 seconds. So hopefully you looked at the chart, get your 3-minute update. So this is the trade I'm in ES right now. That other one didn't work out. It came and stopped me out. I was here at a quarter, you know, and this is how the tool is now, this one. So my stop's down here. I've got it kind of low. I put it behind this low, not the current swing. So my target's a little further. It just moved to 1-to-1. So I'm going to move my stop, and it's not going to put me right at that. See how it's kind of going back and forth? Not right at that level, so I'll put it there. I'll probably barely get stopped out, and then I'll go. If it hits the 3-time level here, which is our 2-to-1, I'll close partial. So what I need to do is come up into here and put an 8 and have it ready. So if it hits that 3-time level or 2-to-1 reward to risk, I'm going to close out 8 on it. So, but if you look overall, it pulled down, downtrend, retracement, popped through that line, came back and tested the backside of the line. So even though I'm using these signals on the chart, I have not abandoned all my traditional trading techniques that I learned a long time ago. They're still valid. So we're still in a 4-hour, 1-hour bullish direction. A strong bullish direction still, 4-hour, 1-hour, higher time frames. So I'm on the 3-minute. I should only be looking to go long. Now it could turn at any time, and these could start. The 1-hour could go red. So I have to be prepared for that. So I'm going in lighter. Notice I went in with 10. I didn't go back in, with 20. We did 10 over here. So I'm just, because of the way ES has moved, today and last week, and more sideways for a long time, and then it breaks. I don't want to sit sideways on 20 or 30 contracts and moving positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. Just not willing to. I did that over here, because I was in at this price, came back down negative the whole time, right to start, and then positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, stopped out. So if I would not, and you look, my original stop was here. Well, look at this candle. It would have still taken me out when this candle wicked down. So that first trade, I saved a little. Remember, I had pulled my stop halfway between this line where it was and this line. So I pulled my stop halfway and got stopped out here. No, I did get stopped out here. So it must have been a little below that wick. So it probably wasn't right at the 25. So this is the candle that came down and stopped me out at that quarter mark. So right now, ES is popping up to the, I'll take this off here, popping up to level 3, so I'm ready to close. Hopefully, I'll get to close. Um, there it goes. So level 3. I mean, it just hit, I'm closing. So I'm in a buy, I need to hit sell. I remember I told you sometimes I get to talking and I don't, close out real quick. So it did hit, closed at, 84.25, which it pulled back some. It was down about right there was the price it closed. And I haven't moved my stop. So we would move the stop at, break even, which I'm gonna move it to break even on my tool. I don't think I wanna move it up here. We could. That's awful close. That's what it I'm looking at why when I entered this green candle was moving. So I got in a little early. Notice I got in before the 15-minute signal green. The reason why I got in was break of a retracement line, pull back, bounce. And that's why I pulled the trigger. The 1 hour and 4 hour still green. So that gave me confidence to take that trade. Not confidence enough to put in the 20. I didn't put on 20 because again, I didn't want to sit sideways forever again like that, like I did this morning. So good trade so far. If I get stopped out, I got a small loss. I have to modify my stop order for 2 contracts. So we have 2 on. If it hits profit level 4, I'll close 1 or, the 4th level, which is 3 times. Platinum, I moved my stop at. Part of me wants to, other than the 1 hour and 15-minute showing green, platinum may just that 4 hours holding. I did not short Bitcoin when it signaled the last one short. So Bitcoin signaled another short here. I didn't short it. 1 hour and 4 still red. If I shorted here, I'd want to go light. Like it would be with 5. So how far I would have my stop. Yeah, so we got some US news coming out. I don't know, guys. I think it's getting messy here in the US. All the stuff they're doing. Yeah, I'll show you NASDAQ here in a minute. I want to wait till this candle closes. We got like 37 seconds here. And we're going to have news coming out, but I'll flip it over to that here in a little. ES stopped me out. It just popped to hit the stop. We have news, so anything you have on now is at risk. So I got stopped out on ES. So I am probably done with ES for today, unless it breaks the high or the low of what it's made today. But we're getting the push off news, so be careful trading. I like to have trades on before news, and then if it keeps moving in that direction, I'm great. Remember, I mentioned Bitcoin putting a trade on. Uh, I would have put one on light at the signal candle, which was here. So again, the 1 hour and 4 hour are already red. What direction should we be thinking and trading? We should be thinking shorts. So I was over here trading short, right? Had a good trade. It pulled back on this candle here, stopped me out. My stop was there. So it stopped me out. My runners got stopped out at level 3, which is 2 times risk. Awesome. That was a great trade in my eyes. And then I even closed out. Remember, I closed 2 here. So I closed them out at a better profit. So I'm glad I closed 2 here. If it would have hit this level, I was going to close 1 or 2 more. I didn't trade it long. This is my stop on my 3 runners at whatever price. Oh, this stop level. Sorry, my stop level was here. So got stopped out, but did not take it long. Why? Well, only the 15-minute is green. The 1 hour and 4 is red, right? That's what these are here for, is to remind me, hey, wait, on the higher time frames, we should be trading bearish. We had a red candle here, or a red arrow to go short. That's the signal candle. I didn't get in then. So my price is, well, right there. You guys can see I forget what chart I'm on. My stop was way up here. I am going to move my stop. I don't have a tool on yet, but I'm going to move my stop aggressive because this is during news. I'm just deciding if I want to bring it to a break even. I should have closed. I'm in here talking. I got to get used to doing this. And instead of starting to talk to you guys, close my partials first, because I wanted to close partial while it was down here. And then I just get to talking. So this is kind of different for me. It's a little distracting. So that being said, that's a little risky for me, right? Extra risk. So I may lose out on this. It may be a loss for me because I didn't close partial. But when it got down here to these lows just now, I wanted to close out 4. I have 5 on, so I wanted to close 4. So it would have been a positive trade for me, but it might be negative now. It's just part of that's why I said I've got to learn to, because I like you guys being able to see my trades on there. So you would saw that I put on 5, but after all, I keep forgetting it shows you where I sold 5 anyways on the execution marker. So I've just got to get used to that. Close first and yeah. But now I've got my little mini trade execution thing, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what they call that little trade panel up top. I've got it set on 4 contracts. So it's ready to close 4. I wish I would have closed those 4 there because that was my plan because it's news. So my plan was to close 4 and move stop to break even, which it just about touched my entry price. You got to be a more aggressive with the news. Platinum's still going. For me, it hasn't hit 1-to-1, and I can't close partial on platinum. My stop's at there's the trade real quick. So again, I put 1 on. Stop was down here. Move stop to halfway because that's all we can do. It's above that 4-hour zone. So, and it popped up, and then as it came down, I was in the negative for a little bit right here. So I was in the positive. I was in the negative. Not much, but I was in the negative. What was it doing? on this swing. Well, it was testing this area here, these highs, and we got to push higher high. So we're already making a higher high, and then it's probably going to come up, down, and we would want to see it a higher low than this for that confirmation that it may go stronger and longer. Trying to get these, it keeps tanking, putting the full screen charts. I don't want that. Bitcoin found some support there. I mean, the 1 hour and 4 is still red, but we're going to get a pullback off now. That's why you have to be careful in news. Well, up 245 on platinum. Yeah, I know, MC. Oh yeah, NASDAQ. There's NASDAQ right now. So the 1 hour did turn red. It turned red because of all what's going on. It's may basically, sorry, in a bearish move right now, a big bearish swing. But that's all because of news. So that's one thing you got to keep in mind, that I know the indicator's trying to change. So right now, just the 1 hour or 1 hour's turned red. It may not stay red. This candle right now, this one was going green and red. It hasn't closed yet. But that's what you have to that's what you have to be aware of. And it's not just with any indicator you're using, because it's also manual trading, drawing our trend line, support and resistance. The news can totally destroy any strategy you're using. I don't care what it is. It could be a strategy, it gives you 95% success rate, and during news, it's going to fall apart. That's why a lot of traders don't like trading news. It's risk. I don't mind trading news. I know it's riskier, but I just put on less contracts. You just adjust your contract size. I don't want to miss out on news, because that's when we have a volume of trading going on, and then we get some volatility off the news release. Well, with volume and volatility, it's going to lead to movement. And in order to make money, you need movement. I mean, look at NASDAQ. Um, I was sitting in it sideways twice this morning, or earlier this morning. Yesterday, it sat sideways forever and then finally broke, and it didn't hardly go anywhere. So that's why we need it to move. If we're going to make money, it has to. So I love that news is coming out. However, you just have to um, be smart with how you're trading. Do less contracts. Platinum just hit my 1-to-1 off where I had my start. My entry price and stop. So there's my platinum trade. It's up $305. So what do I want to do with this? I can move it to break even. This is aggressive. Remember, normally we move it halfway when it gets to oh guys, my 2-to-1's off on this. Let me go back and fix my chart. I need to take the one I put it back on and apply to all. It's actually hit a take profit level. Ugh. That's what I hate about changing my charts around. I messed it up, didn't I? Oh, it won't change it on the tool. I have to manually go back in and do that. Oh, I know what I did. I changed the tool back on your guys' chart, I think. There. Nope, what happened? Oh, that should have fixed it. All right, so that's what I'm looking at. So it's actually hit 3-to-1 on platinum. We got 2 minutes and 51 seconds for a candle. So it actually hit 3-to-1. And I don't know why the 2-to-1's still not showing. Guys, I just fixed it. Oh, I didn't fix the number here. That's this one. That's the one I didn't fix. Sorry. It's just all kinds of messing up. I got a lot going on, so I'm kind of messing up. So, anyways, it hit 2-to-1 or 1-to-1, second level, 1-to-1. I really hate we can't change that to a 1. So move stop to halfway, pulled back, tested my entry price, and bounce. And now we just hit 3-to-1 or 2-to-1. Sorry, level 3 is 2-to-1. So aggressively, you'd move your stop to, or not aggressively, we'd move our stop to break even. However, what it did to me this morning, and it gave me profit, and I didn't take profit. I think I'm going to do this. I'm not going to make much on it if it pulls back, but we can't close partial. So I'm moving my stop halfway between my entry price. I want something for it, right? I want to get something for it. After all, I traded earlier, took a loss. I'm trading it now. I don't want to take a loss. I'd like to at least lock something in, and it's not going to be much. You can calculate whatever. You can use this ruler tool. Whoops. And where it is right now, it's at 56. Then I'm up about 270. So it's half that. 260, 40. So I'm only at 16 compared to right now it's at 51 at 240. So I've got no choice. I either move my stop or I close the whole trade. I could have closed the whole trade when I hit that 300 and just been done. There's a 4-hour, this green line's a 4-hour trend line. That's what that is. So that's what it's hit. So again, that's why we go out to the higher time frames and draw those trend lines. We need to be aware of them on the 3-minute. So again, even yeah, we had another, and I didn't buy in on NASDAQ. I'm not in NASDAQ or ES right now. Is NASDAQ following suit? Yeah, see, they're both pulling, and see how different they are right now. With NASDAQ has nicer moves, but yet we had wicked. ES has just been a nice little move down. The 1 hour actually flipped to red at 10 o'clock candle. Oh, that's MYM chart. That is, the Dow. So the Dow looked like it'd been better entry on, I mean, it's having good follow through right now. There goes ES. I did take oil. Um, it was bearish across the board. So I'm in it short, up about 300 from where I put a tighter stop loss on it, and the stop just I moved the stop to halfway on oil. So again, bearish across the board. It moved to 1, moved stop halfway. I'm waiting on it to get to the or yeah, 1. I'm waiting on it to get to 2-1, and then I'll close out. Um, I only have 10 on it. I'm popping it over real quick. If you want to see it, there it is. 10 contracts short. Stop loss has moved to halfway because that's the rules we're sticking with right now. When it went to 1 right now, if it goes down, pops 2-1, I'm going to close out. Now, what I'm going to do, so I don't forget to close, I'm going to come in here and I want to go ahead and do a limit order, but I don't want to do it for 10. So I need to do that manually. So I'm going to come in with uh, a buy limit, and I want to do it at 8. Okay. I want it out of the 10. I want 8 to close when it gets to that price. So now, even while I'm talking, I I can rest, not rest, but if I'm not paying attention, it's going to close out those 8 contracts for me. It's going to force me to close the 8 out when it hits that profit level. So 2-1, and it'll close 8 out for me because I have the limit order. Here's one thing I'll caution about doing the limit orders, and it is to double check, because if you put a limit order like that, let's say it turns and goes and stops me out. My stop is at 10 contracts. My order's at 10 contracts. If turns around and goes and hits my stop, it will close the entire trade, except for the 8 buy limit order I just put on. And then what's going to happen is, and that if you leave trades on and forget to close them, it could trigger later. So I've got a guy that trades local, and he's had that happen a lot. And I'm like, dude, just before today, or when your trade closes out, go into your um, go into your platform and close out all the rest of the trades. You can see all the trades that are on, but you'll forget. And he's had that happen where it's like, oh, I accidentally left a buy limit on my platform and it triggered through the night, and I had no stop because you're not going to put a stop on it. It wasn't an actual order to buy. And what happens is then it blew the account. You get up in the morning, the account's blown. So just don't do that. So it's not, the trades aren't grouped together. They are on paper trade, but they're not on something like this. Um, yeah, the only thing I'm in, guys, is platinum and oil right now. Because remember the Bitcoin, the Bitcoin I got stopped out. Because remember, I did not, when it popped during news, I said I wanted to close 4 of the 5 out, and I didn't. That's a quick news release. And normally I would have my chart down on a 1 minute to trade news. And I've still got them all on 3. Friday non-farm, I will have my charts on a 1 minute time frame. I can tell you that. Right now I'm trading it on this Trade of 8 account, Bitcoin. So it's Bitcoin futures on theirs. And the reason why is because I can catch moves on it and make money on it on this trading account. So why not? I've had some really large Bitcoin trades. I got some trades on Forex too. What I get on my phone? The 4 hour. On platinum. Look at buy. So, and it triggered it signaled a little after. Why can I not grab that? There we go. See how it was at 10:06. Not right at 10 for the 4 hour on platinum. So everything's green across the board on platinum. It's just hitting the bottom of a 4 hour trend line, which is my caution. We need it to break that. Oh, I've never traded through Rhythmic, so I don't know. All mine are through Trade of 8. And guys, I've never really gone on this, but I trade my own accounts. There's a mix. My own live accounts, Roth IRA account that I trade in, which is a retirement account. Can't touch the money in there. I'm not that old yet. I will be one day, right? So it's just growing in there. So it's a good tax advantage to build growth in there for my retirement. Now I'll never retire. I mean, I'm going to keep trading. It's not like I'm going to stop, doing everything I do. But I want to build that up. That it's not for me. That's for my family. That retirement account because something happens to me. Well, my wife doesn't trade. Now I'm trying to teach Tyler. He's been trading, and this week he's doing Bitcoin and gold. So he's been just doing gold. Now he's doing Bitcoin and gold. He did okay yesterday. He was up like 589, I think it was, and then he lost like 230 back. So at end of day, and that's what I'm trying to reinforce in him. He's like, man, I was up, 589, but I lost 230. And he was downing himself. I was like, Tyler, no. I said, you were up 589 and you lost 230. Okay. So you were still up, whatever that is, 259. I said, how much? Here's what I said. How much money do you make at your job a week? Oh, he's like, yeah, that's way more than what I make in a week. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, it's more than you make in a week right now. So he's lucky to get 15 hours a week because he's in school. He's in school and now they're starting baseball training after school. So he's not, he can get in and trade. He's an evening trader. He's like, well, I thought I could trade through school. And he did a little last year, but that didn't go so well because you can't focus on that. So I just told him, stick to Asian session. That's when you're going to trade. And I have to remind him, but that it doesn't move as much. Be willing to pull partial. And that's what he's doing. So he's doing the same thing we're doing. But I told him, I said, you made, in one day of trading, and I don't know how long he was in. I don't go in and pull his reports. I just go in and look at the account total. Because what we did, I said, well, okay, if you want to add Bitcoin, we can do that. However, it's risky for you because you've never traded Bitcoin. So I don't want you blowing your PA account trading Bitcoin because you've never traded it. I would rather see you do another eval. So this is part of building your your whatever you want to call it, prop trading business. And that's how I looked at it when I started doing prop firm. It's a business model. So you trade one. This is how I do it. This is not how the one guy does it. I keep telling you that blows multiple accounts like every month. He doesn't care. He passes an eval. He will go for payout, take the full payout. Well, then he doesn't have room for drawdown. And he gets stopped out and he blows the account. He's like, oh, no big deal. I'll just pass another eval. I'm like, yeah, but you're losing time. Because if I blew an account today that was a PA account and I had to open an eval account, am I going to pass the eval account before non-farm? Probably not. So I'm going to miss out on trading non-farm and getting paid for it. And I don't like that. So I keep telling him, it's like, man, when you do get your eval passed, do a PA account, start trading the PA account, get to where you can pull out money, you can cash out. Do not cash it all out. Leave a cushion in for drawdown. Because if you cash everything out you can, your whole payout, you'll have nothing in there for cushion on drawdown. You'll have a small drawdown, you'll get stopped out, and you'll blow your PA. Now you've got to start an evaluation account all over. So what I did was open an evaluation account, pass it, only pull out enough to open 2 other eval accounts, leave the rest in for cushion. I know it sounds like, but I'm not pulling any money out. So you pull out enough. You pull out enough to pay for an eval account and cover the cost of the PA account. Because if you pass an evaluation, you get offered the PA account. That's what you do it for. When you get to the PA account, you have to pay for that. And I would suggest paying the lifetime fee. That's what I did. Because if not, you get in a monthly. And it's only a little bit more to pay for the lifetime. And if you're going to trade that, because I knew I wouldn't blow the PA because of how I was going to do it. I only would draw enough out to pay for 2 more evaluation accounts one. On the first one I did. Enough to pay for the eval account and then the full PA price, that lifetime price to have the PA. Now, when I passed that one, then I cashed out. And I linked the 2 PA accounts together. And then just traded normally. And then you pull out some cash, some in the pocket, some to open another evaluation. I was doing it with 50K accounts and some to, like I said, um, open another eval and then enough to pay for the PA account, the lifetime fee. That's how and then you get 3 accounts and you're trading them together. You link it together, or you keep 1 or 2 for a backup. Now, I couldn't get that kid to do that. He would not. He wanted to link them all together all the time. And I'm like, dude, just save 2 PA accounts. You're paying a lifetime fee. You don't have to pay a monthly. Put 2 PA accounts back. Don't trade all 10 together, because he's trading all 10 together and blowing them. Because he cashes out too much, there's not enough room for drawdown. And I'm like, you're not learning your lesson. I was literally like, you are not learning your lesson. Your lesson is don't cash out all the money because you have small drawdown. So don't pull it all out. And he still does it. And then he has to go through the whole process again. Got to pass the evals. So I did get him one time. He's like, I passed 4 he passed 6. So he passed 6 evals, paid for the PAs. And I said, only link 2 together. Link 2 together and trade. Link them in groups of 2s. You have 2 to lock together, trade them up to where you can get cash out, whatever, because I know what he's going to do. You'll have a tight drawdown. You're going to close out. You're going to blow the account, but then you'll have 4 more for backup. Trade the next 2 linked together. And you can also, while you're trading the next 2 linked together for the next month's payout, do 2 more evals. Add more evals. So you can pass them and get those to PAs. That's what he has to do, because he keeps blowing the PA account. I said, if you look back the last 2 years at what you've spent on blowing all these PA accounts and having to get new evals, new PA accounts, I said, think of how much money, guys, it's huge what he spent. And it's like, you haven't learned anything over the last 2 years. If it's not working what you're doing, quit. He's like, but it's working. I'm getting some payouts. And I'm like, but you could be getting so much more. But again, I can only give him advice, and then he's going to do whatever with it. And he ignores it. He pretty much, because I've told you guys, I've walked in there and said, hey, I'm short NASDAQ. What was it the one day? I walked in there, literally walked up to the counter and said, I'm short NASDAQ right now. We just shorted it an hour ago because we were in here, not live, but we were in the Discord. I'm like, just shorted NASDAQ. It's going short. I'm holding for the whole day. He come over about 20 minutes later. He's like, oh, it's pulling back a little. I think it's turning. I'm going to go long. He went long and made $100 and then got stopped out. Meanwhile, I made several thousand on the whole day because it literally just kept going down. Because then later in the afternoon, he come back. I said, yeah, I'm still holding. I was at the coffee shop, still holding short. It's still going short. Well, I see a long here. He's like, not fair value. Is it fair value gaps? I don't know. He's looking at fair value gaps or something. And he's like, it's going to bounce here. Looks like it's bouncing. I'm going long. So we went long, and guess what? That one was a loss. It just kept going down. And I told him, I'm like, dude, I came in here this morning at 7 a.m. and told you I was short and going short all day. And you went long about an hour later. I said, then this afternoon, you go long again. I'm telling you, I'm still holding short. It's short for the whole day. I told you the 4-hour time frame and the 1-hour time frame are short. Trade with those extra confirmation on a higher time frame. I'm like, you could have been in this whole thing short. He goes, but that's not the way I trade. He tries to predict when it's turning. And I'm like, well, how's that working out for you? I said, I've been trying to get you to trade with the higher time frames for the last 2 years. And I said, it makes me sick at the money you could have made and the money you've spent and lost because you keep blowing accounts doing the way you're trading. But I don't know. He's real strong-willed. He's just like his mother, and they don't take advice well. I mean, they just don't take advice. But like, okay, and I'm hoping he's not in here. I never mentioned his name though. I got stopped out halfway on oil, guys. I'll just swing it over real quick. We got 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the chart. I did get stopped out on oil. So if I'm trading it again short, I got to look for another entry. So I just remember I pulled my stop. So it went to 1-to-1, pulled my stop to halfway. So I minimized my risk a little bit. Now I was at half risk. It did go back and stop me out. Um, this is what I was talking about. See, my buy limit's still on. It's not linked to the other trade, and there's no way to link it. So I put the buy limit there so that if oil came down and touched it, it would close out automatically 8 of my 10. It didn't hit, didn't close, and then I got stopped out. So that trade is stopped out. The limit order's still there. I have to close it. So I just wanted to show you that for those that have never used the limit orders. So I'm going to have to look for another entry if I want to get back in oil, unfortunately. And I was already in. And where it wicked up, I think you guys saw that. I'll pop it back over real quick. You'll see where it wicked up. It would not have stopped me out if I would have left my stop to break even or where it was. It just wouldn't have stopped me out. We'll do that. Bitcoin is really consolidating here. This is when you draw that triangle. Let me do it over here. If I draw it on my chart, it shows up over here. So I'm not moving the chart on you guys all over the place. Plus, I can zoom it back and actually draw it accurately. You have to kind of ignore the wick on this one to get a good drawing on it. Actually, that's not even good either. So we have one low back here. That's how I would draw it. The let me move it to the back if it'll do it. So shorting, you could have shorted when the 15-minute signal, or you can short when we have a break of the bottom of that. My one thing I want to look at though is this trend line. So that's the trend line it was at. So that old trend line down here, down trend line. Remember, it was down here, and then we had this wick up here. That's the trade line or trend line we were, like, okay, we shorted. I shorted here. It went, and that's the one that's under us right now. So I don't know if it's not a 4-hour. That's why I wanted to show you that. It is not a 4-hour down trend. So if it pops, it may only go to that level. So that will come out of that triangle at some point. Don't forget Pal speaking. It's kind of like the Wizard of Oz. Anybody still holding gold long? Just curious. Okay, so platinum did just break the level 3, which is our 2-time risk level. There's platinum. There's my trade. It's up 405. I want to lock in money on this one. I lost on that first one. So I'm just going to put it temporarily there. But basically it come up and hit level 3, which was 2 to 1. We didn't close, came back, tested the 1 to 1 level, pulled back through. So since it's broke through level 3, we'd expect it to, pull back. The reason why I'm saying pull back and test level 3 is because level 3 is right at this high. So it's respecting where the tool is. And it's not because it's that tool. It just happens to be bouncing right at those, bounced at 1 to 1 risk, came down, tested or where we put our entry, right? There was a bounce here at that price point where I got in. Candles here. So it came tested, went up through level 2, which is our 1 to 1. So went up through 1 to 1 risk, hit 2 to 1 risk, pulled down to 1 to 1 risk, pulled up through, almost went to 3 to 1 risk. So since it's on the move, I need to move my stop. I want to lock in some of this. So right now it's at 355, and I'm about halfway. I'm a little less than halfway. So what I want to do is I'm going to move it, kind of hate moving it there, like right at that point. So I have to decide because the way what it's been doing is it's made a high and then made a low. So a higher low and a higher high, higher low. It pulled up, broke the high, made a higher high, made a higher low. But what I'm looking at is the swings. So when it came down and swung in here, it was testing that price point. Okay. Once it shot up here, made a higher high, it came down to what? To here. Tested this high as this old resistance level becoming support. Tested that level. That's what it's doing now. That's what it's been doing. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, keep doing that. I'm fine with that. I'd like to see you do that all day. So it came up and broke the previous high. Okay, so what it's done so far is when it breaks the previous high and pushes up, makes it higher, it does what? It's been coming down just to the previous high, which is level 3. So I want to move my stop. I'm moving it aggressive because I didn't do that the first trade. It lost out. So I'm moving my stop there, thinking halfway between the 2 points, thinking, okay, well, the last few times where you've made a higher high, pushed on the pullback, making a higher low, you've turned at a previous high. Did it once, pushed up, broke the high, come back to test the high. So it broke this high, came back to test this high. Okay, that's the second time you've done it. Let's see if we can have a third time, right? Broke it, made a higher high, come back to test this high. So I definitely don't want to put my stop right at level 3. I want to give it room. So I'm going to go with that. That's the halfway for me. So right now we're locking in profits on platinum, which is good. We can forget about it till it hits levels. I can put an alarm on level 3. Or sorry, level 4. which is our right here. That's 3-time risk. So far, my stop is under level 3. Level 3 is 2 to 1 risk, and I'm about halfway there. Yeah. So I'm at 1 to 1.5. So I'm at 1.5 times my risk is where I have my stop on this right now. I'm going to set an alarm up here at level 4. So when that triggers, and I'm actually going to put it, I'll put it right on there since we're watching charts. So I'm going to set an alarm right at level 4 when the price is crossing up. So right now I have an alarm on that level 4 line. I want to be notified when it breaks. So right now my stop's at where I put it. I'm comfortable with that. I like where I put my stop. I have my reasons for why I put my stop where I put it. That's my deductive reason. Yeah, I know. And I didn't trade Nasdaq at all today, so I'm missing out on it, and that's okay. Can't catch them all. So I'm okay with where I put my stop. I'm going to get 1 to 1.5 on it. But when you have your reasons for why you put your stop where you put your stop, then you have your reason, or why you close partial when you close partial. I'm not an ES or Nasdaq or gold. Hopefully, some of you guys are holding gold. I mean, it had the 4-hour come in line at 9:30. So you actually had all three 15, 1, and 4-hour a buy. So that would have been the entry signal to get on. And your stop obviously would need to be below this low. I mean, that's where I would put it if I would have taken that entry right there. My stop would be below that low. I don't really like tight stops, like super tight. I don't count ticks for stops ever. I watch these trades here. Well, we got stopped on that one. I have never used what is that? Oh, NinjaTrader. I've never used either of those. I looked at NinjaTrader for a while as an alternative to trade through, but I have not. So I've been on MetaTrader 4 and 5 forever. I got into MetaTrader 4 back in 2004. And then, of course, they come out with MetaTrader 5. The only problem was I've stayed with MetaTrader 4 was because MetaTrader 5 programming language was a little different. It would not use my scripts from 4. I had to make changes, and I was just like, I'm not doing that, which I've had to do everything from scratch, bringing it to TradingView because it's a whole different language. But yeah, I've never tried Rhythmic or Ninja. Yeah, I saw you mention that. Um, does it? So you're trying to trade through Rhythmic on that. I know Rhythmic's gotten better. I can't remove. Is it Ninja Trader owns Rhythmic? I believe. I haven't even looked at the Rhythmic Platinum. Yeah, it was really cheap to buy those evals. That's the cheapest you'll get, 90%. And most people blow them. But here's the way I kind of look at it. If you're paper trading and you can pay $16 for it's still a paper trading account you're on, those eval accounts. So if you're already paper trading and you don't have a chance of getting paid anything or accomplishing anything but learning how to trade, right? If you're paper trading. But if you can paper trade and have the potential to turn that into an account, which would be the PA account that you can get paid on, and it only costs you $16 or $20, well, then try it and just trade sensibly, trade like you normally would. Don't try and I mentioned it the other day. I swore I wasn't gonna mention it, but, so the guy I talk about sometimes, who will remain nameless, I was in there the other day. He took my referral code and bought 2 evaluation accounts, 50K accounts. That's the best deal, is the 50K account. Immediately traded 1 long and 1 short and just let them go. No stop loss on either. 1 long account, 1 short account, and he passed an eval, like, a couple hours. I don't recommend that at all, but that's how he's been passing these stupid evals. He will buy 20. I thought randomly he was buying 10 because he's like, "Hey, I got 10 PA accounts." I'm like, "Dude, that's awesome." Well, what I didn't know was he was buying 20 evaluation accounts, locking 10 of them up, linking 10 of them up together and the other 10 together in Tradevate. Because if you're trading in TradeView, you can only trade in one account. If you're in Tradevate, you can log into that group and trade it. You can select that group. So he would lock 10 evals together and call it group one or short NASDAQ. And then take the other 10 that are locked together, go to that account, and it's easy in TradingView. You just hit a button and you're selecting it. And that could be long NASDAQ is how you could label those. That's literally what he was doing. So he finally told me what he was doing indirectly by buying those. And this was like last month, or yeah, I think it was 3 or 4 weeks ago. So he finally, I figured out what he was doing. He's like, the whole time, because he's like, oh yeah, I passed a PA. I'm like, how? He goes, well, the 2 accounts I bought, and I was still sitting there at the shop. Those 2 accounts I bought, I went long in one, short in the other. And I'm like, wait, have you been doing that the whole time? Is that why? So I said, you've been buying 20 eval accounts still, because I know in the beginning he would buy 20. I'm like, so you mean to tell me you've been buying 20 eval accounts and then you lock 10 together and lock the other 10 and you're going long in one, short in the other. And that's why when you tell me, hey, I just passed 10 PA accounts, that's why it's only 10 instead of 20. He's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, no wonder why you've gone through so much money, because he'll trade the 10 PA accounts. And I already told you I was trading kind of against the trend, against the 4 hour, the 1 hour, just doesn't even look at them and then blow them. So I don't recommend doing that. I hated to even kind of mention it. I kind of told myself I wouldn't, because I don't want people getting in the habit of that. You guys have to build your own prop firm strategy if you're using prop firms. I use them for what they are. I'm getting paid on them. And then I'd buy more, pass them, link them. Buy a couple more, pass them, link them, until you get like 4, 5, 6, 7 PA counts linked, and then 8, and then 9, 10, and you get those linked together. Something you can also do, which is what I have. Sometime I'll do that. I'll log into my Tradevate account. I have groups. So I've got a group I'm looking at, and it has 3 different accounts in it. They are, I don't want to do that. Let me get back out of this before I mess it up. I have one group. I have a few, because I have several in there, and these are PA accounts. One is a $300,000 account and 2 $50,000 accounts that I've linked together. So when you do that in the settings, you can have, say, the $300,000 account at the base setting of like 10, and each of the 50s at 1 quantity. What it's going to do is it's going to lock your account to where, even though you're trading on the bigger account, the smaller accounts don't get traded the same. Guys, whoa, Bitcoin, I'm in Tradevate looking, and I'm up like 1,100 on Bitcoin or something, because I did take it short. So I need to do something with that, or at least look at it. So I traded aggressively. I'll just show you my trade real quick. I got to do something with it if I want. So I took it short here because I out of the triangle, right? We expect it to go to test the top and hit the bottom, test the top, hit the bottom, test top, hit the bottom. It's going to get tight, and it's going to blow one way or another. So it's testing the bottom. So I don't know if this bottom, the support level, is going to hold. I did put on 30 when it came up here. So when this candle wicked up here to the top, I said, oh, I need to short that because it's at the top. This is more scalping strategy. But what I need to do right now is come over here and change that to 20. And then I'm going to buy, which is closing out 20. 11 o'clock alarm, time to get coffee. So I just closed out 20. It was up like 800 something. I think it dropped. So right now I'm up like 300 on the rest, 2 something on the 4. I am going to move my stop break even. I'm aggressive with this one. This was more of what I consider to be a scalping trade. Because again, when it pulled up, so I drew the triangle from here to here, drew the bottom. My plan is if it breaks the bottom, I'm going to sell. Okay. Well, it pulled to the top and hit the top. So I actually just entered on that candle. When it was pulling back down, I'm like, okay, I'm in. And I jumped in short to the bottom. Well, then it actually pushed through. So just kind of want to tell you why I bought what I bought or why I sold when I sold. So I need to drop this down to 10. So that's, I don't know what I locked. I'll have to go look. So hopefully it'll keep moving. And I had my stop above the high. So it was up here somewhere. I'd have to pull the, the report to look at where I put the stop, but it was somewhere up there. Oh, I grabbed the wrong tool. We don't like that position tool. So somewhere up in there, I'd have to go look again. And then my stop down there. So, or my entry price. So it did hit the 1-to-1 as far as when I got in. That would be a move stop to half. I didn't. I just wasn't paying attention. And it almost went to the 3-to-1. And it's breaking back up in that. As it's testing that low, it might break it back up into the triangle. So good trade so far, but I'm protecting myself on it. So I've done pretty good on Bitcoin today. Nice little extra trade. Because some of them haven't went so well. Yeah, he whom shall not be made. Oh, I like that. All right, let's see what else we're doing. Because I know I'm still in platinum. Oh my gosh, guys. This is what I hate that happens. It didn't happen. It almost happened. Where are we at on time? So we got the one our fifth. We just printed another 3-minute candle, so I'll pull it over. So platinum. Remember, I moved. Remember, I moved my stop up. I said, okay, when it breaks the high, it normally comes to test that high it broke. Well, it was. So I decided to move my stop a little between the two to give it that cushion if it just tests the high. I didn't like placing it there, and I think I mentioned that because where I was placing it was right at this candle bottom. See that? I mean, that's a good level in there that's being respected for some reason. So I didn't really like doing it, but I did because of the stop out early on the first platinum trade. Okay. So, and I almost got stopped out. And that's what you hate. You hate getting almost stopped out, only for it to, keep going. So far, it only got up. So my alarm hasn't even triggered because it hasn't gone through yet. So hopefully we'll get a push on it to break that high. I don't know. I'd like to see that. Of course, everybody that's in platinum, I would love to see that. When I move this charting, I can't get it to stick. Is anybody else in platinum still? And there's our Bitcoin right now, giving us that further push. So the runners, I've got 10 runners on, and they're up 510. So it hit level 3. So what are we doing with level 3? So remember, it hit level 3. I'm going to get a little aggressive with my um, stop, and I'm going to move it to level 2. It's getting that later in the day. We're at 11 o'clock. I don't want to look new trades. I actually got to leave about probably 11:30, 12, somewhere in there. But again, it hit level 3, move stop to level 2. It's basically just testing these lows, but everything's still red. 1 hour, 4 hour, 15-minute, everything's holding. So I'm gonna hold my trade. So that's what the signals should help you guys do. Should help you have confidence in holding your trade. Right now, I have 100% confidence in holding that, um, Bitcoin trade, but yet I had confidence in this one, because everything was red. It's just it pulled back and then hit my stop, which was here, which is fine. I would have rather seen it. Remember, my X's were my stop. I'd have rather seen it hit my stop here where it was. Of course, I gave some back from where it was here. I'd have rather got stopped out here than stopped out here when my stop is here, or stopped out break even, or stopped out halfway or negative, because that's where it hit. It pulled all the way back to hit every one of those stops. But that's why we pull partial and move our stop down. So still a great trade, and this is another trade. Yeah, we don't want that open. What do we got on candles? I think we got a minute and 4 seconds. So not super exciting today. I don't know what you guys think, but I took a loss. Remember on Bitcoin, um, I shorted I shorted a little late, but I shorted at this candle here. So I shorted in there um, at 97.025. So I shorted that candle, and then I went in light with 5. I wasn't as confident. Why? Because it just look how far it's moved. So I wanted to minimize my risk. So what did I put on the first trade? I got to see it over here. I put 20. So this first trade over here on Bitcoin that I took at start of day, I put 20 on. I feel pretty confident in Bitcoin swings, right? So put 20 on, great trade. When it pulled back, and we're hitting another level, when it pulled back, I got in, but I got in here. I went with 5 because it's just approaching a support level. It just moved down, and now we're like popping levels. And of course, Apex wants or Trade of 8 logs me out. I don't know why. Am I making too much? Because I've got accounts linked to this one. So I need to move my stop, and I have 10 on. I'm closing 5. And I want you guys to see the trade. So since it's popped so far, I'm up 770, 780 on the runners. Okay, it's hit another level. I'm closing 5. So I'm closing half. Got to come in here, modify my stop to match the order and close 5. I'm going to move my stop. I've been moving it one level back. We're moving the stop to level 3. It almost got to level 5, but not quite. So I'm not going to move. I want it to get to level 5. So right now I'm willing for it to come back and stop me out. And I've got 380 on it. I could be done for the day. Okay. I mean, we don't have to sit here and take every trade that we see or comes up. But so far good. I have 5 runners on, and oh, also look at underneath it. What is it hitting that it may not go through? Oh, there's a 4-hour zone there, guys. That yellow zone is a 4-hour zone. So a major swing on the 4-hour, or inner swings between two major swings. So it's almost hit that zone. So do we expect it to blow through the zone? No, we don't. Look how far it's moved down. It could retrace all the way back and, of course, easily stop me out. My price is at 96580 on my stop. Yeah, right above this. This one's at 575, level 3. Trying to click on something over here. Here we go. So how many minutes we got? All right, we just printed a candle. Look at the charts. Holding green on oil, platinum, ES, NASDAQ, also holding green. Bitcoin holding red. Here's my, I'm just printing, like I just closed that Bitcoin trade. So right now on Bitcoin, that's my profit and loss. So almost 1,600. I'm just going to call that 1,600. I'll throw in the extra dollar. So far my total profit is 1,771 was what I profit if I wouldn't have taken a loss. So I took $172.50 loss. So nothing major. Win-loss ratio, I'm at 83% on Bitcoin. I love it. There's the trades. So that loss was the one I did not close partial. One thing I want to point out on this that I hope you guys realize that, remember, I put 15 contracts on earlier, or 20. Sorry, I put 20, closed 15, 585, closed 2, 120. I had moved my stop, so the other 3 got stopped out at 120, another 120. Some people, that's all they look for in a day, right? This is just about building or getting our daily pay. The 5 I put on, remember, that was the short I took that was a late entry. It had already moved so far, so I minimized my risk. Did I put 20 on? No. So I don't go in and just put 20 on every trade. 20 here, I'm going to short 20 this, I'm going to long 20 this, 20, 20, 20. I don't do that. I saw it, I was getting in late. It was still bearish, but and it pulled back quite a bit. I was getting in late. So I minimized my risk for getting in late and put 5. And then when it dropped down really quick, I wanted to close 4 and move my stop, and I never did. I was talking, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. You know why I'm fine with that? Because I had 5 contracts on instead of 20. I'm fine with that because when I took the trade, I knew it was riskier because of how far it already dropped. That's why I put on less contracts. And then this last trade, I put on 30. I felt really confident in that because I got my my wedge pattern in there. Whatever you want to call it, pennant flag or flag formation, whatever. So I had that and it pulled to the top. So I shorted 30, got 550 on my initial close, and then we just got stopped out. No, we just closed 5 more. So I got 5 on still, but I closed out another 5 for 395. So that's been another great trade. So Bitcoin's been the winner again, but I'm still in lonely platinum. Yeah, Bitcoin. I wanted to tap that. Man, it just tapped the yellow zone, just barely. So platinum, I'm up for 485. So on the day, could I not just at noon just close them out and be done? I could. I like letting my winners run, so not going to do that. I need to close some oil. Oh, 15, we're going to buy. I wasn't watching my oil trade. Because I did get back into oil. I don't know if I showed you guys that or not. And if not, I'm sorry. I may not have. We got lots of going on over here. Oh, you guys can't even see gold or oil. Sorry. I have 5 runners. It went to 1-to-1, and I was showing you guys stuff, so not watching. So it just went past 1-to-1 again, and I went ahead and because of the way it's moving, I just closed at 1-to-1, 15, and I still have 5 runners on. But here's that trade. Here's oil, and I put in 30 or 20. Sorry, I went with 20. I was just confident, even though the green arrow was there. What I was trading on this was 1 hour's red, 4 hours red. I want to trade in that direction, one is short. It had just swung and pulled up. And then it had a red candle. And then this one, that's the red candle I entered in. So I'm kind of traded a little earlier, didn't wait for the 15 minutes to signal, which is signal after. This is just me, old school, jumping in off my strategies and pull back. Where did it pull back to? When it pulled back to what? This price level right here, where that stopped. Basically, pulled to test it, pulled down, hit 1-to-1, or sorry, that's where I got in. It pulled back to test that level. And then when it pulled back down just now and I saw it breaking through, that's when I decided to close. So I closed 15 and still have 5 on that as well. So I think with the even with the loss that I suffered on the couple, that we're good on the day. I'm not watching my total right now. I don't sit and watch that. So right now I could close out Bitcoin 527, platinum 495, and oil 155. So that's over $1,000 right there that I could just, be done at 11:18. Just close them all out. You don't have to hold all day and be here all day. What was I wanting to look at? Yeah, and that trade's not all that much. When I closed out the 15, it locked in $285, but I had a $100 loss earlier. So it's still positive on the day. It's just a little bit. Nothing to party about. Oh, MC, you closed it out? Platinum, looks like. Did you close it out when it hit that trend line? I'm just curious. That 4-hour trend line. So we'll hold. It's hit level 3. Oh, this is oil. Sorry. I'm still talking about oil. I'm going to move my stop at a different level. I'm not using the So stop's been modified to match. We just printed candles. We got 3 minutes here. Still holding green on ES Platinum and gold. Oh, and NASDAQ still green. Oil here is still green. It did, on my trade, it did just hit the 3rd level. So I moved my stop, but I did not move my stop to the profit target 2, this level. Okay. I mean, it's going to draw the levels that we put because we're where we put our entry and stop. However, I'm still using charting techniques. I'm a technical analysis trader. So I see that we had a big fall here and it turned right there. It found some support there at that price, right? About 69.06. Pulled back up, fell back to that level, and what? Turned there. Went back up to this one. It should be no mystery when it turned there. When this red candle came and stopped, and this one started printing green, should it surprise you? And should it surprise you that this one went green? No. You should not be surprised why it turned there. You know why? Because you're seeing this low over here. Okay. You do your thing. That's it. That's what you need to be thinking. Okay. Green candle. Okay. Evidently, you weren't ready to go through this yet. And then this one goes green. Okay. You really weren't ready to go through this. Now, let's see what you do with this high over here. Are you going to go through it? It tested it, and that level held up where this fell, right? Created a low. This came up and hit, creating a lower high, but it turned right at that level. Then it fell, turning right at this level, went up, turning right at that previous level. That's what it's supposed to do. So when something is doing this, what we like to see, I want to stay in that as long as I can. So that, again, that's why my stop is where it is. I chose to not come down to this second level. Why? Or number 2, because look at how it's been pulling back and then pulling down, testing a level, pulling back, testing a level. Nice swings. So if that's been the case in the past, right here, past, it's just pulled down. What do we think it might do? Or what could we see it doing? I could 100% see it pulling back to test these lows. So if that's the case, why would I put my stop at level 2? Isn't that asking for trouble? That's just asking to be taken out right before it keeps moving down. I don't want that. I don't want that. So I'm going to move my stop in between the 2 levels. I'm putting this level of support right here in the way of my stop and hoping that that support holds up as resistance as it goes up. So that's the support and resistance, that I learned a long time ago. And that's how I was taught to look at the moves. Now, the Forex seems to respect levels a lot better. Oil today is doing well. Is Platinum Runners doing okay? Bitcoin's done well. Oh, let me put that on Bitcoin. Sorry, guys. Bitcoin's in the zone, so I need to look at my trade. I'm sitting here talking about oil. I need to get back on Bitcoin. We've got about a minute and a half to print another candle. So here's where we're at on Bitcoin. My trade, at least, I'm up 595 on the 5 runners that we have. It It just broke. You know, I closed 5 here at 305, which is up here somewhere. Oh, it's way up there. No, 305. So somewhere right there's 300. So right around when it hit, oh yeah, when it hit this level, then I closed out. It just says the candle move. It keeps shoving it down. So I closed out at that level. We just hit level 5, and it's going through a little bit. So I'm going to sit here, and I want to close out. I'm going to close 3 because it's at the bottom of my floor. So I am going to buy 3, which will close out. I've got 2 runners. Need to come down, modify this, and pop a 2 in there. And now I'm done. And I am going to move my stop. I'm going to move my stop right there. And that's all I got to do. Wait for it to hit the next level. Isn't this fun? I need to look at my and I'm holding because the 15-minute on Bitcoin is again printing more candles at the top. The 15-minute chart is printing more candles at the top than the bottom. Yes, we had some candles, you know, some arrows pop on the bottom, but it got less and less and less. We had a bunch of arrows here. That was during that pullback. And then we start printing red. Well, that's with our trend, right? That's with the 1 hour, 4 hour. We're gonna go short. We're gonna hold short. That's our plan. When the 15-minute switches, we're not gonna freak out, right? We're gonna ride the retracement, and that's what this was. It's a retracement. It's all it is. So, but look at how we printed less arrows here, printed some more red here, less green here. Even more red there than this one. If you notice a pattern, it comes down, it goes, we got more red, and then here, only one went green. It was during this pullback. So only one went green, so we got even less green arrows, more red arrows. So as we short these, that's how you should be reading this indicator. I want to see more red arrows print than green. And as it goes, we're getting more red arrows. These last 3, we got 3 arrows. We got 5 arrows. I'm not counting those arrows, but I know there are more. It looks like about 3 times the amount as that. As we look at the bottom, green arrows, less green arrows, less green arrows, less green arrows. What should that be telling us? We have bearish strength on the 15-minute. We should be thinking short, right? Bearish strength. We're already short, thinking short, because the 1 hour and 4 hour says it's bearish. So if the 1 hour and 4 hour says it's bearish, we want to trade in that trend direction. So we get into a trade. I don't care where you got in, you know, back here, you know, over here. But what you want to see is you start seeing these red arrows print more and more and more. You're like, man, this is great. I'm seeing bearish strength really form on the 15-minute time frame. You're seeing it here on the 3-minute. This is how this is supposed to look to you. I am seeing more and more and more bearish strength form on the 15-minute time frame without doing this, without going out and looking at the 15-minute time frame. I mean, that's what you're seeing. But you're seeing it down here on the 3, where you're actually taking trade. That's how I see it. That's how it's built. It saves you having to go out and look at the 15, try and figure out what's going on. Because when you go out to the 15, you're still just seeing candles. If you don't have something on there to gauge what's going on the different time frames. Man, I'm glad I closed part of my Bitcoin at the bottom of the zone, that yellow zone. It's pulled back a little. but it's still going down. It's going to test the bottom of the zone. It may break through. So we're just holding our runners. I've only got 2 left on that. Platinum. The only thing I'm in right now is, well, I'm still on oil. I closed out to 15. That was a little trade. Like 80. I think I had $100. Right now it's up 110. I didn't move my stop. So it hit level 3. I did not move my stop to level 2, which is 1-to-1. And I'm glad because it would have stopped me out. I mean, here's what it looks like real quick. So again, my stop is here. I wasn't willing to move it to that second level because of why? The bounce here, pull down and bounce. So good swing down and bounce back, good swing down and bounce back. And we had this good swing, and I closed 15 at 2-to-1. So right now it's been a good trade. Close 15, 2-to-1, move my stop. So even my runners will make a little bit. Okay. And I said it's probably going to pull back and do what? Test these levels. This is old support, right? It's old. So once it broke support, so we have a level here, we mark, it comes back down, it hits the level again. That is support holding up. Once it broke support, we expect it to go back and test support. That's the pullback and test. And we want that old support to become resistance over here. That's the support and resistance game. And that's like how I was trained on it. Like old support becomes future resistance. Okay. And that's what we're seeing. Now, whether it holds up or not, I don't know. But the plan would be to actually like short this red candle if it forms red. Now we're already in, or at least I am. So I'm not moving my stop still. I need it to go to level 4 before I'm even thinking about closing. If it gets to level 4, I'll close 3 out on it. Platinum's still going. So here's where we're at on platinum. I guess I could have, I don't know. I know, well, I'll ask you in a minute. So platinum's still doing good. In on the trade up 575, could close out and just lock it all in, but we have our stop up here. I moved it between, see how I about got stopped out. I mentioned that. So I moved it between and under this high because I knew that high was going to be tested because it has in the past. Well, it was. And it just came to what? That inside bottom. This is a swing down. So swing down the inside of that. So I kind of put my trade in jeopardy by putting it above that inside bottom. I almost got stopped out, only for it to keep running. So I'm going to move my stop at least here. I'm keeping it, I'm moving it more aggressive now just because of time of day. And I'm keeping it under that low. Okay. And it finally broke through this green line, which is a 4-hour trend. So right now, a good trade. I've got I'm over halfway. So it's 555. So I've probably got about 300. 555 would be 275. I'm over halfway. So I probably got about 300 to 350, somewhere in there, locked in with my stop. I'm not going to measure and count it. I don't go through all that. I just visually know I'm over the halfway mark with my stop. Or I could close it. So I have to decide, do I want to close at noon? What do I want to do with that? And if you guys don't mind, let me know. I don't even know who's in here still. I think some of you are still in. Let me know if this is okay with you guys, the way I'm doing this.
versus you guys watching. We did Monday where I just streamed the 4 charts. I still traded mine. I drew the profit loss tool or a new, you know, profit tool on there. Um, and you guys could see where I placed the trades, by drawing the profit loss tool. However, the question was brought up, or someone mentioned, well, we don't actually see your trade. I'm like, okay. So that's what we did yesterday, is I showed my trades. But which is fine. What you guys had to watch 6 charts. So my question to you is, are you okay with me doing it the way I'm doing it now, where you guys are only having to watch 6 charts or 4 charts instead of 6? So it's not all so overwhelming, and the charts are small that you guys are seeing through YouTube. Because I don't know. I know some of you guys might be trading on phones or watching on phone. And if I got 6 charts up showing, then those charts are super small on your phone. Yeah, I don't care to show the stats and stuff. I mean, we're trading in here and I'm putting on trades. And so if you guys are okay with me dragging the one I'm trading on over here, I basically got 2 windows open, and the one you guys are watching that's streaming, and I'll keep that on 4 charts. I like this. I don't mind doing it this way. Um, because I'm blowing my charts up anyway. So if I see something move, if Bitcoin drops through my yellow zone, I'm looking at 6 charts now, but I'll blow Bitcoin up, and then I'll look at it to see if it's maybe there's another low off to the left or something, or a high, something I should be aware of. And when I blow it up, I can just drag it over here, and I'm trying not to interfere with the candle close is what I'm doing. So once a candle closes, I know I got about 3 minutes and I'm typically only over there maybe 20 seconds or something, or 30 seconds. If you guys are okay with that, I don't mind doing that. But I know watching 6 charts is a lot, especially if you're on the phone. What else are you trading? Are you trading oil and NASDAQ? I think you were trading NASDAQ. I didn't trade NASDAQ at all today. And I traded ES, and it wasn't good. Now NASDAQ's the one that it's okay. But ES is just choppy and sloppy. It's actually opening up, spreading wider as it goes. It's getting that little megaphone pattern. Whoop. And I don't mind doing that either, guys. So yeah, gold's been choppy. We've been in a lot of chop. I mean, it here lately is, it sat sideways forever after it signaled these signals. The 4-hour flipped, and it just it just sat sideways. I didn't take it. I'm not in gold, and I'm glad I'm not. I would have just had to sit sideways. Yes, it pulled up a little, but not even enough to pull to break even. I mean, you would want, in a choppy market, if you know something's choppy, then yeah, sometimes you got to get aggressive with your stop, and where you close partial. That's the thing. You just know, okay, if it's choppy, if it's going to be choppy again, I got to change a little bit of the way I trade it. Yeah, I didn't. Well, I traded some on gold today. I can't even tell you. My trades start to go together, and it's like, did I trade that? I know I traded it today, but when you get 6 things on and you're doing other stuff. This for me is fun. And I'm not just talking about trading. I'm talking about like I don't know, popping my chart over here so you can see it and just doing different stuff. It helps keep me busy, and it actually makes it a little more exciting doing this stuff while I'm trading. What am I trying to get? Yeah, I think we'll stick it on 4, unless you guys go out and buy some big TVs and monitors. But I think 4 is going to be most comfortable for everybody because of the different sizes of whatever you're trading on. Kind of looking at platinum drop back. So we'll stick with that. Bitcoin is right at the bottom of that zone again. So just remember, when it comes to the 4-hour zones, we don't expect things to blow through them quickly. Sometimes they do. We just don't expect it. So we had a good, quick, steep move down on Bitcoin. It stopped right there, hung out a few candles, went through, hit the bottom here, came back, hit the bottom again, popped up, tried to hit the bottom again, finally is hitting the bottom. So that's a 4-hour zone. So we don't expect the 4-hour zones, everything we draw on the 4-hour trend line, zones, support resistance lines, we don't expect things to blow through them, and we don't expect them to blow through them quickly if they do. Okay. So unless there's news that's really driving something, I don't expect a quick move. Now, I'm going to hold. Just because that's a 4-hour zone, typically, if it bounces off that, we would look to go long. And we'd be down a 3-minute watching it bounce. We're looking for higher highs, higher lows, and then we would go long. Well, I'm still just holding short because the 1-hour and 4-hour red, and I'm just holding short all day. That's my extra confirmation that I'm trading with the higher time frames. So it should help you relax a little bit, feel confident in what you're holding for a longer term trend, same as platinum. In platinum and holding still. Actually, that and to get back to it actually is helping me stay awake. Tired today. Just so you can peek at oil up on the Bitcoin, the right hand corner chart. There's oil. So it yet again is going up to test this support and resistance level. It's just what it is. It's retesting it. Tested it once here. It's old support. I would love to see this, guys. All right. So it pulled down, hit that price level once. Pulled down, hit that price level twice, and then broke it. So it just pulled up and hit that once. It just pulled up and hit that twice. Is it going to pull down and respect this and then go up and break that? That's been the pattern. Or is it going to come down, test these, and break it, break the bottom, and keep going short? That's what I'd love to see, because the 1 hour and 4 hour is still red. I don't know if that's how it's going to play out, but those are the two things that are going through my mind as to, okay, unless it breaks here, we should see it go down and test this level again. So is it going to break this third time? It could break up through it now, but my thought process is, if it doesn't break up through here now, which would go clear back up to here, but if it doesn't do it now, pull down and then either break, that's the third time, or bounce and break on this one. I don't know what it's going to do, but it's sideways right now. But that's kind of how my thought process is on it. Put it back on Bitcoin. I guess I could be looking at my Tradebait stuff. So Bitcoin up 269 and oil 125 and platinum, because it's pulling back, only 385 right now. So we're still up over $600 on all the rest of these. Might get stopped out on platinum. I didn't mark my stop on the chart for you guys. But the middle of my stop's right there. Or my stop is at the middle of the... nope, not quite there. That's close to that. Oh my gosh, I don't want to move my stop. Here we go. So the middle of the X, the exact middle of the X, is where my stop is. So we're about to get stopped out. We don't back our stops up. Just to say that. We moved it where we moved it for the reasons why we moved it, and we move on. I don't know, guys. I'm a real calm trader. I think everybody knows that. Or you ought to know it by now. But part of the reason why, a lot of the reason why I can be so calm is because I've been trading a long time. But the other is because of the way I do my contracts sizes. Like what I did in Bitcoin earlier. Remember, I put on the big trade early. The way I managed it was perfect. I put on the second trade, and it had already started moving. So I only put 5 contracts on. Just not willing to take on a 20 contract or 30 contract trade on that, because it had already moved so far. My entry was earlier. So I still took a chance on it, but I only put 5 contracts on. Guys, that's huge. When you make those adjustments like that, a riskier trade or a late entry, put on less contracts. That's what I did. I didn't close when it popped down like I wanted to. I should have just put a limit order, but it was moving so fast. And I was talking. So I took a small loss on that. If not, they would have all been winners today. So, but that's okay. My loss was small because I only traded 5 contracts. And then that last Bitcoin trade, I actually put on 30 on that one because it popped up to that wedge, up to the wedge here. So I jumped in on that. When it popped up to that wedge and I started pulling it back down, that's more price action trading and trading this wedge. And what's the wedge? What's the top of the wedge and what's the bottom of the wedge? The bottom of the wedge is nothing but support and resistance line. The top of the wedge is nothing but, I'm on the wrong chart, grabbing the tool. The top of the wedge is this. It's going to let me draw it. Not there. But the top of the wedge is nothing but a trend line. I mean, that's all it is, drawn from that point to that point. So when you see me draw a wedge, just know that the top is a trend line. I could see drawing a trend line there. And the bottom is support and resistance. And a lot of times I would draw in this first, the trend line, and then draw on the bottom, and then I would draw on the wedge. So you guys can see that that's essentially what that is. But I like marking it as a triangle. So I'm just kind of telling you what the mechanics of it is, what the technicals. It's really a trend line at the top that we want it to keep pushing down and then pushing down through the support and resistance level. I hope I explained that okay. We did just hit level 7. I need to close out. So here it is, trade. We've got 2 on. I can only close 1. So I'm going to come in, drop down 1, and we're going to do a buy order. I almost hit sell. I want to do a buy order, and that's going to close out 1. Stupid trade in there. So I just closed out 1 more, and it was what, around 300? Yeah, so locking in another 150. Stop. I'm going to move. I don't want to get aggressive. I'm trailing 2 back. And we'll modify that. Close out 1. Hit enter. And so the stop's been modified to match 1-to-1. Always double check that. You guys know sometimes I'll post a screenshot and I haven't changed my contract size yet on the stop. So right now, we've got 143 on the table, and our stop is more than halfway to where the price is now. So right now, like I said, 142 at that price point, and our stop is better than halfway. So we're going to lock in, I don't know, probably 80. I'm just eyeballing it. I don't really care. I'm just kind of eyeballing to give you a number. So far, that was a great trade. This little trade here, like I said, if I would have closed out part of the 5 and moved my stop to like break even or halfway or even left it, it would have been a small loss against the gains. So that was my loss on Bitcoin, but that's my fault. I didn't close first, and then start telling you guys what I was doing or whatever I was doing. And I'm okay with that. You know why I'm okay? I think I said it 3 times or 4 times. I'm okay with that because I only put on 5 contracts on that trade because of, 1, how far it already moved. It's a riskier trade. And I know that it may only go to test this low here or the inside of that level, and that's what it did. It just stopped right at the inside bottom. That's all that is. That's down. It's turning at the inside of that level. It's printing a higher low. And that's when it starts getting into the wedge. That's perfect. If you start noticing these wedges, guys, they're like gold. That Head and Shoulders not on the 3-minute, but the wedges are. So we pulled up, made a higher high, pulled down, made a, on when it turned, higher low. Well, then it pulled up and made a lower high. Okay, higher highs and lower lows. It's consolidating. It's moving side. It's going to move sideways. It's going to consolidate. It's going to form this triangle. It's going to break out one way or another. You got to be ready for it. I got in a little early. I got in when it popped to the top. The confidence for me, the confirming factors to take it short there when it was near the top of that, because that again is our down trend line. My confirming factors on that, because I got in one 15-minute early or 1 3-minute, but I got in before that turned red. My confirming factors on getting on that was, 1, I was looking at trading it short when it popped to the downtrend line is right here. It's 100% down here. The 1 hour and 4 hour red, and I should only be shorting. And that just gave me the extra confidence to throw on. Notice I put 30 on that, not 20, not 10. I put 30. I was 100% confident in that entry. And part of that's because I've been trading those patterns forever. Don't get me wrong, but the extra confirming factors, of course, was the 1 hour and 4 hour. Platinum, I'm barely in. It just wants to take me out and stop the pain. There's platinum. There's my stop. It just, look, got one tick coming to the stop. So I like that it hasn't stopped me out yet, but I pretty much know it's coming. It could turn there. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I'll get stopped out on it. And that's okay. It's still going to be a winning trade. So Bitcoin today, I'm happy with platinum, the way it's moved. Oil's been decent. And once again, Bitcoin's been the leading instrument. Here's oil, real quick on the oil trade. So it has slowly moved past level 3. Not enough for me to pull partial. I have 5 left. Well, I closed some here. I don't know. Should I close 3 on this? You guys tell me what's below it. I don't have anything on the 4-hour time frame that's below this, like a zone or support resistance or anything. I'm definitely moving my stop. There's level 2. And there's, that support and resistance. What I said was, remember, we had a low here, swing, low here, swing. It came up to test that. And I said, if it breaks this other level, which it's trying to do, I would move my stop. Now, I don't know if I want it that close. It still could go test that level. If I do that, it might stop me out. If I go here, that's aggressive on the stop. Especially if it goes back to test it again. So what I am going to do is I'm going to close 3 on this. Lower that by 2. I need to buy. So I just closed out 3 at whatever profit that is. I didn't look ahead of time, or I'd have told you. And then I've got 2 runners on. So I need to change that to match. So right now I'm good. I am going to leave my stop there. It's later in the day. I'm going to get kind of aggressive with my stop or later in the morning. Because again, we know things are going to settle down and might even change direction. So yeah, that's hard. I know. All right, let's see. Got you another 30 ticks. Ugh, that's my noon alarm. So of course we don't take trades after noon. We might still get a signal. And between 11 and noon, you guys have to decide for yourself. What happened to my camera? I bet you Tyler's been in here. Probably on my computer. He likes my computer. It's got lots of stuff in it, and it's powerful. So he likes it. Uh, that is 100% one thing. I don't let losses stop me from trading because I'm going to take losses. That one little loss on Bitcoin, that was my fault. Why I lost. I knew I wanted to close partial when it popped. It popped. I just didn't hit it. There goes our tornado siren. The test. I guess I better tell you it's a test before you guys think I'm sitting. You're all out. All right, MC. We'll catch you later. Let me know. You guys can post in the Discord something in the premium area. Just let me know in the chat how you like this compared to Monday yesterday. Monday was where I just streamed signals. That's what I was gonna do is just stream signals originally. And yesterday, of course, I just went ahead and switched it from streaming to mine just so I could trade in front of you guys. But like I said, I know that 6 charts is overwhelming. It's more than 4. So yeah, with the losses, you really just have to learn. And part of it's like just really handling your emotions when you trade. I don't it does not bother me anymore to take a loss. I just don't I'm not gonna say I'm happy to take a loss if you can be, but I don't get upset taking the loss. It doesn't bother me anymore because I know it's gonna happen. And part of that is just trading for years. That it's just and I know everybody tells you, I'll tell you, everybody should be telling you that taking a loss is part of trading. There's no one out there that never takes a loss. I can guarantee you. What I rather take is a loss where I've already pulled partial. I love those. If I get into a trade with 20 contracts and a move and I can close 3/4, which is 15, so I've made profit. I'd say the 1-to-1 level or 2-to-1 level. Then I get and I've moved my stop even to halfway or left my stop at full. I get stopped out on the 5 contract. That's a happy loss because I've already locked in gains. So I don't care about those at all. And then, like the Bitcoin one I did today where I went in with 5, I know I keep referring back to that, but the first trade I took was 20. And then the second trade I took was only 5 because I knew it was riskier. And I'm okay with that loss. Why? Because my loss was smaller. Why? Because I went in with less contracts. Why? Because it was a riskier trade. So there's reasons why I do everything. There's reasons why I took only 5 contracts versus 20. So once you get that mindset, then you're okay taking a loss. I don't even remember what that loss was. I wasn't it like 100? I think it was $100. Don't quote me on that. I can't remember what it was. I look at the stuff and then I don't need to remember what it is. So is that the right contract? Yeah. So here's where we're at on Bitcoin right now. I made so far total profit is 2,269. That with loss is I'm going to look and see if that was that one loss or a couple. Oh, it does say number of losing contract. 5 contracts, but it was one trade. So that was that 5 contract trade. That was the one loss that I took. Had I pulled partial like I wanted, and that's my fault, but had I closed partial first and then went to doing other stuff, that would have been a positive trade. I would have closed 3 and left 2 on, or closed 4 or 3, one of the 2. I won't close 2 on that. It had moved so far. I'm like, it's probably only going to go to test the previous low. So I would have closed 4 or 3 and it would have been in profit. So Again, I made 2,269 on it and settled. And right now we still have a runner on. Runner or two. I have to look. So right now, as far as it's settled, was $2,096 and 87% win rate. Then you go down to the trade. So that was the only losing trade on Bitcoin today. So overall, great day on Bitcoin. I mean, that's a great day. And I made 2,000 on Bitcoin. Right? So I'm happy. Yeah, we've got Powell speaking this afternoon, so don't forget about that. Definitely know when the news is coming out. So it's been a good day. I don't get and guys, I'm sorry, I don't get super excited even when I'm in profit. I could be up 3, 4, 5 grand on the trade. I just don't. Um, I would say I've mastered my emotions but I've been trading forever. What seems like forever. And I think a lot of that too is because of how I learned. I wasn't just kind of thrown to the fire to learn. I was actually taught by someone knew what they were doing. I like that Bitcoin's come up and tested the 4-hour zone again. So I'm going to hold my position. The 1 hour and 4 hour are still red. So far, great. I mean, this Bitcoin trade or Bitcoin day has been great. So I've made a little over 2,000 on Bitcoin. And right now I'm up. Okay, so I got 2 contracts on. I'm up about 100. And my stop is a hair better than break even. So I'm probably, if it gets stopped out, I'm only going to make like $60 on the runner. So it's not going to change my total P&L on platinum very much. $60 added to the 2069. So a little over 2,100. I'm happy with that. That's a good day. Holding that, I think I should. You guys plat. And then I need to go get some coffee. I'm going to have to leave the house here in a little bit. Um, I got some errands to do this afternoon. And then I will be in trading tonight. Last night I went ahead and streamed it. I'll pop it. It was the Australian dollar, what I traded off news. It just trended down. So the pictures are out there in the Discord. I think they're in the Money Duck Trade section if you go there. I believe. But I had a good night on that one. I don't think I can get that smaller. There it is in a nutshell. There's several different screenshots out there on this trade. Again, I was trading Aussie News. There's the price I got in. It actually gave a sell. So I wasn't trading. I was down on a 3-minute trading it, and I wasn't trading it off the sell signal. I was trading off of news. I shut off the 15-minute arrows. I only wanted to leave the 1 hour on there. Why? Because I want to hold. I got in off news. It pulled down. So there I sold. There's my order right there. I sold 10. It came down, pulled back. I was in the negative for a while, came down. When it hit this level, I closed out. Well, that ain't right. I'll have to look at the other images. because that's a buyback of, oh, I sold another 10. Oh, guys, you don't, that's right. You need to go look at this one. That's my entry, was right there off the drop. And you'll see it hit level 2. So 1 to 1. That's level 2. So this level here is level 2, right here. So that's off the news move. I sold 10 more. So I was actually in for 20. Pulled down, pulled back, and when it came to level 3, what did I do? That's 2 to 1 risk to reward. I closed 15 of the 20. So I used the news push. I was in with 10 on news. I used the news push down, which put me in profit, to sell 10 more. I used the market profit that I locked in to sell 10 more. So I added 10, had 20 on. That's why my order moved. That's why it's down here. When it pushed down, I closed out 15. That's 3/4 of my 20. Closed it out. That's my rule. Sat sideways for a while. Another push to level 4, which was 3 times risk. I moved my stop. Did not close any. I left the 5. Then it pulled back here, pushed again, level 5. What did I do when I hit level 5? That's 4 times risk. Move my stop, which was moved to there. Okay. So, and then it moved again to level 6. What did I do? Move my stop down to level 5. So again, when it hit level 6, which is 5 times risk reward, move stop here. I started marking them up. Is that twice? I don't know. Oh, it had pushed some more off that. Yeah, it hit level 7 and then hit level 8. So I didn't mark, and then it turned. But I had moved my stop and adjusted. So it was actually a really, really good trade. Good trending trade. I didn't expect it to trend like that. Yeah, that was the Aussie. And that was off of the Aussie news last night. Let's see where we're at. I'm still in platinum. I think I showed you guys it almost took me out. I mean, it was like a tick or something. So I'm done with that. It's at 410. I could close it. I don't know if I'm going to leave these on. I mean, they're already trending. I don't like to close my runners. 394, 400, 5, 6. It's like 660 I could close. But I'm going to leave them on. Why close the runner if there's a potential of getting more profit? So, guys, I'm going to, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I need to go upstairs and do a few things, and then I'll be back.